Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Partners and sponsors of Wetex 2023. I am pleased to welcome you all on the second day of the seminars, which will be full of informative discussions and ideas on the sidelines of Wetex 2023. Wetex has taken a leading position among specialized global events and has earned the reputation of being one of the most important exhibitions on water, energy, environment, and sustainability in the world. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start our first session today with Mr. Hashim Ghabishi, the Executive Managing Director of Noor Energy, from ACWA Power on empowering sustainable energy solutions, ACWA Power's vision and net zero future. So welcome him on the stage, please. Thank you.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning. It is my pleasure to stand before you here today to present about empowering sustainable energy solution. I will be touch basing on ACWA Power vision, being a national champion from Saudi Arabia, who is leading the change in energy transition globally. And I will be talking about what is ACWA Power vision to achieve net zero by 2050. Starting about ACWA Power in a glance. ACWA Power started in 2004 in Saudi Arabia, and then it started the international journey expansion by 2008, and that was in countries like Oman and Jordan. And then we continue expanding around the globe until we reach 12 countries. There are more than 4,000 employees who are in ACWA Power. They are running 77 assets with more than $82 billion of worth. These assets is generating more than 53 gigawatt of power, among which 43% are renewable energy coming from solar and wind resources. ACWA Power also is managing 7.6 million cubic meter ton of water every day, which make it the largest private desalination company in the world. In the area of green hydrogen, ACWA Power was one of the first movers to go with the green hydrogen to support the economy of Saudi Arabia, and we started the project of Neom Green Hydrogen Project, which will generate by the time of operation in 2026 more than 1.2 million ton per year of green ammonia, which will lead later to a green hydrogen production. We are operating in 12 countries, and we are spreading the renewable water desalination and green hydrogen. ACWA Power is the only company in the world that is developing, constructing, and operating green hydrogen, water desalination, and power production. If I zoom in into ACWA Power portfolio around the world and I go into the PV, we are producing and managing today more than 16.2 gigawatt of power in 8 countries around the world. The biggest is coming in Saudi Arabia, as we are supporting the Saudi Arabian program that was initiated by Public Investment Fund of Saudi Arabia to have 60 gigawatt of power from renewable resources by 2030. And today ACWA Power is executing 5 gigawatt of power out of that project. Other countries like Uzbekistan, Jordan, Morocco, where we are having scattered PV, but it's very important to highlight the development of PV of ACWA Power in UAE. Here in UAE, in the city of Dubai, and specifically in His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Al Maktoum Solar Park, we started Shu'a 1 with 200 megawatt of power only, and that was back in 2015. That was the first PV plant that ACWA Power is constructing. Back of 200 megawatt in 2015 to more than 16 gigawatt in less than 10 years, which is showing the fast growth and how ACWA Power is leading the transformation in renewable energy. Looking at the wind portfolio, ACWA Power is going for more than 5 gigawatt of power from wind. We started back in 2016 in Morocco, and that was Khalladi project, 120 megawatt. And until date, it is producing an exceptional performance. There is a demand also of power in Uzbekistan, in Azerbaijan, in Egypt, and in Central Asia. These countries are becoming demanding for the wind power and the further development in the future. In NEOM Green Hydrogen project, there is 1.6 gigawatt of wind farm that will be operational by 2026. And the development is ongoing and it is expanding. CSP. CSP business started with ACWA Power back in 2016, and that was in South Africa and Morocco, by constructing, operating parabolic trough and central tower. But the jewelry of the crown of ACWA Power is again here in UAE, in Dubai, in His Highness Sheikh Mohammed bin Rashid Solar Park, which is Noor Energy One. Why Noor Energy One is a remarkable project? First of all, it is the world's largest CSP hybrid project in a single site, where the size of the site is 44 square kilometers. Noor Energy One is using the highest state-of-art technology. And we were able to reach 15 hours of thermal storage, which makes it a track record worldwide. Noor Energy is consisting of one central tower unit and 3 parabolic trough units, and they are feeding Dubai with clean energy day and night. The total CSB portfolio for ACWA Power, there are 6 assets operating in 3 countries, but the biggest is the one that is happening here in UAE, which is Noor Energy One, as I highlighted. Looking at ACWA Power steps since the inception in 2004 and the fast growth in the area of renewable and using the renewable energy to support water desalination, we can see how ACWA Power is empowering, is a leader in the area in the energy transition. By 2050, ACWA Power is planning to achieve net zero. And it started with major milestones. The first one is that there will be no coal development in the future for ACWA Power. ACWA Power is planning to have 50% of its portfolio as renewable by 2030 and reducing the emission intensity by 50%. Going all the way to 2050, inshallah, we will be having 95% of the power produced by ACWA Power as renewable to reach the net zero. The fast growth of ACWA Power and the support of the renewable energy, it wouldn't have taken place without pushing the boundaries of the innovation and technologies and using all the best possible available and the latest technologies available. ACWA Power is having a track record in the lowest tariff for PV plant 3 times, 1 in UAE and 2 in Saudi Arabia, and we have been actually beating our own records. The biggest water desalination plant is in UAE, in Abu Dhabi, Tawila, and it is operational partially on PV power generation. ACWA Power is the first mover in the area for the green hydrogen, which will support Saudi Vision 2030. In terms of water desalination, ACWA Power is also offering the lowest tariff globally. And that is in Hassian Water Project with DIWA, partnering ship with DIWA. I mentioned about Noor Energy CSP, and it is the world's largest single-site CSP project that is operational and feeding Dubai with power. All these steps were happening in partnership with our trusted partners, looking at the latest innovation and technologies, and pushing the boundaries to reach this vision. Thank you very much for listening. It was my pleasure to be with you here. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Hashim Ghabishi. Ladies and gentlemen, please ensure that you register for each seminar at the beginning of each seminar. And I would like to announce the lucky winner of our raffle draw. His name is Mohamad El Chmouri. Please proceed to the registration desk to claim your reward. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum. Please make sure that you have registered outside so you can be one of our lucky winners in our raffle draws. We would like now to invite Mr. Sheikh Abdullah from Riyadh Cables Group to address his session on first HVDC links and KSA OHL networks, conductor design, DC loss studies, manufacturing and testing. Please welcome him to the stage. Thank you.
Hello, morning, Assalamu alaikum. Yeah, I'm Sheikh Abdullah from Technical Manager from Riyadh Cable Group from NCA. Today I'm going to talk about our first DC power links to the KSA electricity. Why we DC? Okay, usually you know it. You have a power supply in AC transmission, which we can see while you're crossing the Sheikh Mohammed bin Zayed Road. There is a overhead line. This is all AC transmission, which is a short span length. Whereas DC power transmission, which we have to transmit the power, which is a longer length, where the vast area in Saudi KSA, in ACC, with the contact with the ACC, electricity, Saudi Electricity Company, we have transmit the power from a longer distance, like Medina to Tabuk. So around 600 kilometers, we have to supply this power substitution. First, let me explain about our Riyadh cable groups. Okay, we are the #1 region in this Middle East region, and we have established our cable factory as a Riyadh electric wires in 1984. Later, we have a growth, our phenomenal growth to the air. We have 3,000 employees were located in both RC factory and Iraq factory as well as national cables. And we have our annual metal, the copper and aluminum. We have around 264,000 metric ton we are producing at our annual growth. We are producing the cable fourth around the globe. You can think about this. Around the globe, we are the fourth biggest manufacturer in this region. And 13th largest cable, as we have the 13th largest cables are in the world. And we have located branch in KC itself. We have 18 local branches, domestic branches, and as well as we have regional branches. Whereas in the UAE, and we have branches in Iraq, Kuwait, where we can easily approach mainly the distribution. Okay, the cable deliveries are mainly the distribution where we can easily reach. That is the biggest requirement in this era. So we have produced so far total cable length around 2,000 times of your global length. Okay, you can imagine how much produced we are. This is our sinusoidal, our phenomenal growth from 1984 to, and still we are 2022 where we have so much growth from electric wire. Then we have started at the low voltage cables. Then we have started in 1987, we have manufactured the CCV line, which is medium voltage cable. Followed by that, we have a telephonic cable and fiber optic cable. We have then ORHL. Wherever the projects is more, the requirement is more, our R&D and we have developed and we have so far now, we have installed 9 CCV line, which is producing high voltage and medium voltage cables. Okay, this you can see is a sinusoidal form way, which is as a cable manufacturer using the technology. So first dealing component DC. Okay, was about introduction of this. We have introduction and design and manufacturing, DC loss studies, as well as the testing of the conductor. During this 2014, since 2014, around KSA's grade, national grade, they were want to renovate all connecting all the power generation as well as the transmission, because they record is supplying the much more power to the KSA entire region. So they have to build up that to transmit this much power, so they will think about the how we can supply this much power. So this phenomenal idea, which we are having a high voltage DC lines. Usually the transmission is happening in the AC lines, which you can see that as I explained you earlier. Okay. Why we DC lines? The DC lines which has less losses, which is ohmic losses, conductor losses. This loss is very less, and coronal losses are very less. So that's why we have selected, and we are supplying this HVDC conductors to the complete UKSA. Okay. Why we use the OHL conductor for transmission? Actually, OHL conductor transmission, to transmitting the longer area, longer distance from the source generation to the delivering from the consumer. Okay. For OHL conductor, there are variety of conductor: AAC, AAAC, and ACSR. What we are going to use for the DC links for this one, ACSR AW conductor, which has a phenomenal effect on the transmission for OHL. AAC conductor, which is supplying 33 kV, all this transmission for shorter lengths, which is more economical. When you think about the longer transmission for about 500 kilometer or 600 kilometer, we need to think about mainly the corona loss as well as power loss. So in ACSR AW conductor, which that in the inner core is aluminum aluminum conductor steel reinforced, which is followed with the aluminum conductor. This aluminum conductor ACSR with the alumo weld, which can which is a electrochemically bonded with a good bonded, so there won't be a corrode, so which gives a more efficiently, which when you compare it to ACSR, which has 5% greater than more power we can carry. Along with that, it has less sag, so the span, we can increase the length of the span also more. So why these DC power links are used? Just AC has, you have to carry the 3 conductors, whereas in case DC only one or 2 conductors, okay, whether monopoly or dipole. All these conductors, what we are using ACSR conductor, mainly we are supplying ACSR AW Jori conductor, which is around 1274 mm square. You can think about is equivalent to 800 mm square of copper conductor, that resistance, which is manufactured as IEC 61089 and BSTM. This is the main construction of the ICSR Jori as well as Falcon, okay, where the inner core is contained from aluminum clad steel, which is I explained you ACSR, in the inner core of the conductor. Over that, there are 76 wires of it is 2-layer, 3-layer, 4-layer combination, which has 76 wire of 4.62 mm of aluminum wires. Okay, it has given a good chemical bond, so we reduce the corrode losses. The total length of this cable diameter is total diameter is 47, around approximately 48 mm, and then kg is 4000. So as I explained, ACSR clad steel reinforced, which I explained earlier, it has good chemical bond. It did not corrode with the steel, the aluminum, because it basically good relation, good conduction with it, so it will not corrode as it easily like a ACSR conductor. So for that reason, so when you are transmitting the longer power, that corona loss or the corrode loss should be avoided. The 2 components, as explained, 2 components is the main part. One is the inner core steel wire and the outer core is aluminum weld. These 2 conductors are mainly tested in the stress strain test as per IEC 60889 test. Okay, they will test it accordingly, because mainly that stress strain test, so which has to take first inner core as well as the outer core layer aluminum conductor separately, then they will test the tensile test. Those tests it has to pass, then only it will be a good stability for longer span. So you can see our losses, which is calculated through the SEC electricity, the losses of based on the ohmic losses, which is I square R losses. With the calculation, the cost losses is Saudi riyals, which we are using. If it is 3000 amps in ambient temperature, what we take the 4.43 million. So these losses are based on the 857 kilometer. The calculations are given there. So as I explained you, these conductors are mainly tested as stress strain test, as well as I am explaining core conductor test as well as the whole conductor test. So they separately tested accordingly. Okay. This is a test method. where that complete conductor has to be tested. Both completely that test conductor coage length are approximately 10 meter. The total length of the conductor will be taken by 14 meter of the samples. Through the displacement transducer, it can be adjustable giving the load and every cycle time. So test results are accumulated, data are accumulated in the and taken in the DU cube. These results can help to, to make the calculation for the purpose of designing the sag. So how much sag is required during the design of the conductor. Mostly this sag calculation which is done by the contractor, consultant, all these things. So this is a test method for the machines equipment, how they are testing this cold conductor as well as the inner core ACSR. You can see the apparatus. All these tests are made at Kinetics Test Lab, which is well known the test laboratory. You can see the graph of the strength and characteristics. Based on these characteristics, these contractors are consultants. They will make the sag on how much the span between the between the two towers. They can calculate the length of the span. So these tested magnetics are tested at around 2018. We have tested. So far, we have supplied 6,000 kilometers of ACS jury conductors to the ACC, Saudi Electricity Company. And you can reach us our office in Saudi Industrial Area. Is there any questions? Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Sheikh Abdullah. We'll see you again in 10 minutes. The next lucky winners in our raffle draw, his name is Saif Abdu. Please proceed to the registration desk to claim your reward. Thank you. The next seminar will start at 11:20.
Test.
Hello, everyone. We will start in a few minutes. Just make sure that you have registered your name outside for the raffle draw, please. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to invite Mr. Matthias Steuer from Siemens Energy to discuss Blue GIS.
Yeah, hello, it's a pleasure for me to be here in the Wetex conference, and I'm happy to present something about our blue switchgear technology. Myself, I'm Matthias Steuer. I'm working as a technical consultant at Siemens Energy in Germany. And I see a lot of students are there. Be patient, because I will ask some questions after you, directly for you. It's okay. What is blue? Blue, the name we found, it's the color of the sky, of the blue sky, and the color of clean water. That is, we called our product because it's environmental friendly. And another reason is our competitors occupied green. So we had to take blue as a color, but it's also reflecting the cleanness of our product. The clicker is not working. It's not working. No. Yeah. So now it's working, sorry. So one slide about our company, Siemens Energy. Siemens Energy is a global leader in energy business. We can provide products for the whole chain, from the energy chain, from the production up to industrial products. Siemens Energy is a big company worldwide. We have more than 90,000 employees in 90 countries, also in Dubai and in other countries in the Middle East. And we invest every year more than about 1 billion euro in R&D efforts, in research and development, to look for future technologies to be proof and to serve our customers. So we are active in the generation of energy, also in clean energy, like offshore wind turbines, or also hydrogen power plants, as well as in energy transmission, grid technology, like I'm working in for substations and switchgears, and also for industry, we are active and supporting our customers. So I want to talk about F-gases. So 8 years back, maybe you remember, there was a meeting in Paris where also the Emirates, as well as 188 other customers, other countries, signed a contract, signed the willingness to limit the warming effect of the environment of the world about 2 degrees Celsius. So, and all these targets are reflected now in these countries' targets, like in the US, they want to have net zero by 2050, net zero greenhouse gas pollution. The EU will be the first climate neutral continent by 2050. And also China has targets to be carbon neutral in 2060, and also the Emirates has targets to 2030 to reduce it by 31% and also to be net zero in 2050. So it's a common target, and we try to support all these activities. And F-gases, F-gas is a gas that is normally, you find it in all switchgears around the world for all manufacturers. It's traditional gas. It is a good behavior, electrical good behavior, and you find it everywhere, in the past and also actual. That is called SF6, is the name of the gas. But, there's a big but. Whenever technically possible, we must stop applying this gas. Why? Because 1 kilogram of this SF6 gas has the same equivalent of CO2 as 24 tons of CO2. 1 kilogram equal to 24 tons of CO2. It is this disadvantage of this gas. And it stays more than 3,000 years in the atmosphere. And let's calculate every year we install about 10,000 tons of SF6 in new substations. Every year, new installation. And to compensate that CO2 equivalent, we would need to plant 18 billion trees every year to compensate that amount of CO2 equivalent for substations installed every year, to have an idea of this gas, of the impact of the environment. And that is by sure not sustainable. So what to do? That's the question, what to do. And we as Siemens Energy ask ourselves the same question. And in the last decades, I am now with the company since more than 30 years. I know these discussions. We are trying to find solutions, alternative gases to the SF6 gas. And I will show some results of our investigation. One issue for the gas, one purpose is the isolation. We have to isolate the conductors between the phases and the conductor to the housing. That is the isolating effect of the gas. If you would have it in air, in normal air, we would need some meters distance between the contacts. In the housing with SF6, it's only some millimeters. So we have to find some gas that's equal to SF6. So we took into consideration CO2, we took also fluornitrile and a fluorketon into consideration, as well as clean air, only the air we breathe. And we had a big or long R&D project to investigate in all these gases, and it turns out that air is the best solution. We choose, therefore, clean air as an alternative. We had to reflect the stability of the gas, so it must be stable even if there is a flashover. It must be able to recombine completely to a stable gas. Gas leakage is also a big topic. The gas leakage of this gas, clean air, is the same as for SF6. Then also the insulating performance must be good enough to be able to bring it in the small dimension, like for GIS. And also important is the impact to the environment. It must be much, much better than SF6. And so we found out that clean air is the best one. Other alternatives like CO2 is equal, nearly the same, or based on other F gases like nitrile or ketone. It's not such stable and not such environmental friendly, and the health topic is also a topic we have to discuss. So clean air turns out as the best solution for isolating. And for switching purpose, first issue was isolating. The second one is the switching. If you switch high voltage, there will be a big flash over, and we have to quench this arc. And how to do it? Yeah, with SF6 has a good arc quenching probability, but other alternatives must also work with this. And therefore, we also had a look at it, and it turned out for us that vacuum technology is the best choice. You can see here in the graph all the aspects we reflected. One example, the number of short circuit switchings. For SF6, it's about 8 or 10 or 12 switchings. With clean air, we had a type test with 30 short circuit switchings. And then we put it out of the test equipment, opened this vacuum tube, and it looks like factory, brand new. So the performance is much, much better than for SF6 or other alternatives like nitrile or ketone or CO2. And also in other countries, it's not so important. For Middle East, we can withstand low temperatures without liquefaction. So with minus 50 degrees, it's possible with this gas. Also, the switching performance is very, very high. And most of you know it from the medium voltage. There's no alternative to vacuum technology. We just upgraded this to the high voltage world. So therefore, it is reliable because we know from medium voltage also, you can trust a vacuum tube. It's no new development, had a high performance. Also no maintenance. Our vacuum tubes are maintenance free for a lifetime of about 50 years. No maintenance is needed. It's sealed for life. And there's no CO2 emission, zero, because in the vacuum tubes, nothing's in. It's vacuum. It's zero emissions. So our conclusion as a company after our studies is that the best solution for isolating is clean air, and for switching is vacuum. That is, 20 years back, we decided to go this path, long before the discussions in the UN and long before Greta Thunberg's talk to the UN, we decided to go this way in the future. So, summary, clean air. That is only the air we breathe. You have the same air in hospitals and wherever you buy air. It's no Siemens product. It's a common used gas. Zero emissions and so on. And we use vacuum technology. That is our solution. And with a GWP of zero, global warming potential of zero, there's no health and safety requirements needed because it's only air you handle. You also don't need any equipment to walk through this air. Yeah, it's common and it's not regulated. There's no F-gas in it and no PFAS in it. It is only air we breathe. And also for regulations. So if you look to the EU, in last month there was decided that F-gases, there will be a ban from 2028 onwards to use F-gases in switchgears. It is prohibited in the future. With clean air, nobody can limit the use of air. So no limitations in the future will limit this technology. You are free to use it, and it's no patent or IP rights on it. So also this gas, air, the clean air has a good operation performance. It's reliable, and it's also the lowest lifetime cost. The simple gas handling, just put the bottle of clean air and fill it to the GIS. No big equipment, no mixture of gas. You just put it from the bottle to the GIS, so it's an easy handling. That is why we, Siemens, decided to go this path with clean air and vacuum technology. So, and we are not in the beginning. We already developed this a few years ago, and a lot of units are already in service. We have experience since 2018 with these products. So, for example, in wind turbines in offshore, we already produced more than 2,000 bays, but it's a long delivery time or long installation time of the wind turbines. 450 bays of them are already in service since a few years. Same for 145 kV, normal GS application, like we have also in Dubai. We also have this product and in service, in operation, 120 bays already worldwide, not only one country with one customer. The factory is fully loaded, only with blue GIS we are producing in our factory in Berlin. So for Live Tank, we also have experience since 2010 in service, until now 260 bays in service, and also our deck tank breaker, mainly for US market. It's our newest product, therefore we have 9 bays in operation. For higher voltage levels, we have already the GIB, that means only passive modules outside, it's developed. Sometimes in big substations, the amount of gas in the tubes is bigger than in the GIS itself, so you can save also 30% of CO2 equivalent. And also our instrument transformers, everything is covered, developed with clean energy, with clean air. So this product for substations, it's 132 kV or 142 kV GIS, gas-insulated switchgear, completely type tested 5 years back. It's zero emissions, zero GWP is zero. And the first major inspection is after 25 years, and the lifetime is about 50 years. We use the same technology as for SF6, disconnector, earthing switches, conductors, housings, everything, sealing is 100% the same. We only put different gas in it, make it a little bit bigger, and put a vacuum tube in it. That's it, that's our technology. In this picture, you can also see the missing, or you cannot see the voltage transformer and the current transformer, because in this example, we use low power instrument transformer. That is a module that you will find between the cable module and the disconnector module. There's a low power instrument transformer. You can measure current and voltage in this module with Rogowski coil for current and a field probe for the voltage. If you have questions, we can talk later in our booth about this topic. We propose to take this technology in the future. Higher voltage levels, up to now, we developed up to 145 kV, but in development in our test facilities, we actually testing the upcoming 420 kV GIS. Here you can see a picture or a slide of it, how it would look like in the future. It's all the normal values, as you know, from ISC, as it is also for SF6. It's a clean air solution with vacuum tube, with 2 vacuum tubes. 1 tube, 245 kV. We have 2 tubes of this in the switchgear. That's the technology for the future. We will have also contracts already signed for this product, even if it is still in development and testing phase, but that will be the future. And also, next slide, I can show you our roadmap. So the blue products on the left side are already developed and can be sold and used on projects. For GIS as the first line, we see 72.5 kV for wind turbine application, 145 kV for normal substation equipment, and 420 kV first step only GIB, passive modules. Next year, we will introduced to the market all backpart modules, all other modules except of the circuit breaker, disconnector, earthing switches, voltage transformers, and so on. All other modules will be bring to market next year, and then by end of 2026, we also will bring this circuit breaker for this voltage level into the market. You can also see the live tank line, our roadmap for live tank, for dead tank, and for instrument transformers. So we are on the road, and our development is fully occupied with development of new products for the next years. Conclusion? So clean air is the perfect for customers and for switchgear requirements. One is the environmental aspect, 0 greenhouse gas, 0 global warming potential. It is not toxic and 0 hazard. Performance, it's better than for SF6. You can switch 30 times, minimum 30 times short circuits with one unit. We made our type tests, all type tests according to ISC, with the same set of vacuum tubes. We never changed them for all type tests. That says the performance is very, very great for this product. And gas handling is better than for SF6. You don't have to train people because it's only air to handle with. Only training for normal GS. Yes, you need normal trainings, but nothing with this gas handling. It's easier. And they will not be limited by any law in the future because it's only gas inside. Yeah, and it's competitive because we have rich experience, more than 50 years with GIS, and the modules are the same, and also more than 40 years with vacuum tubes. So this combination of vacuum tubes with clean air GIS is a well-known technology. We're not going into complete new technologies. It's well proven from the past. Yeah, on the internet you can find more information about it. So grid technologies for clean energy. That is what my message is today. Now time is open for questions. You can raise some questions to me. I will try to answer all of them. The students may have questions.
Thank you for the presentation. 2 questions. One is, what is the footprint of this GIS, blue GIS, with respect to the existing SF6 based GIS? That's question number 1. And question number 2, you mentioned about in Europe by 2028, the F-based, GIS will cease to produce the production. So what would happen to the existing GIS which are there across the market? And if we really need to do some extension work or modification work for those GIS? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for this question. Yeah, the first is the footprint. The blue GIS is about 30% bigger than the SF6. Normally it fits in the same buildings, slightly bigger. It's about 30% bigger. So one example, the bay width is instead 800 millimeters, now 1 meter, 200 millimeters more. The bay width, but it's not. And if you use low power instrument transformer, maybe you will end at the same size as before with SF6. And the second question about the EU regulation, it's stepwise. First step is 145 kV, and next step is above 145 kV. First step is January 2028. It's not allowed to energize new substations with F-gases or with GWP higher or equal than 1. But existing substations, they can stay. They don't need to be replaced. But from 2035 onwards, it's not anymore allowed to produce new gas, new SF6 gas or nitrile gas. You have to reuse old one. That's also a restriction that was decided, so that will impact the service in EU, not in the rest of the world, but also we can see trends in US, in Australia and other countries. They are also going into this direction because all countries that signed this contract in Paris, they have to find measures to reach this 2 degrees limit. So therefore, it will come also in other countries. So service can work. You can also extend existing substations with SF6. It's also allowed. It's not forbidden in the EU. Some more question? So students, a lot of students, you have questions. More questions maybe than to ask. Yeah, please. Here at the front, the microphone is coming.
How will the Blue GIS project will affect in the GWP in the future?
The effect of this, do you mean regarding this GWP?
Yes.
So it's 0 GWP in this product, 0.
So it will work on decreasing the GWP in the future on Earth, or what?
The increasing will be stopped for substations. So no anymore GWP will be added to the equipment. The existing one is still there, but for new equipment, there will be no GWP. If you buy this product, it's 0. It's really 0. It's air in it, and its air has a GWP of 0. That is, we will add nothing to the future.
Yes.
Will there be in the future like machines like the one that we just saw in the PowerPoint that will be able to extract the water from the air and turn it into drinking water?
No. Our product we showed here is a product to transmit energy from one point to the other. It's only transmit energy, and we need switches in between. Like in your household, you have switches for the light, and the purpose of our product is such big switches. But if you have 145,000 volt, you cannot take a switching like in the living room. You need big machines like we have, and you need it. You never see it, but it's everywhere in the world. You have these substations. It's only a substation and nothing to do with water.
There is any disadvantages for this project?
Always we have disadvantages. One is we have a bigger footprint. We need more space, a little bit more space to install it. That is the biggest disadvantage. We can handle it, but it's a small disadvantage. Yes, you're right. Maybe some experts know some other disadvantages, but
First of all, thank you for such a thoughtful presentation. My question is related to the installation technology for the GIS. Like we have seen the OEMs in the past, they have been talking about the natural gas and they have been talking about the solid insulation for the GIS switchgears. Then what makes Siemens Energy to move towards the air? Why not the other alternatives?
Why not? What? Can you repeat the last?
The GIS installation through natural gas or through the solid insulation?
It's a natural gas, yes. We use natural gas as air. It's a natural gas. As CO2 is also natural gas.
Mm-hmm. And if we talk about all these gases like oxygen, the natural air which you are talking about, like this is the least which cause the carbon footprint and is like the more stable one as well. These are the two main reasons why you are going for that.
So the stability is one issue. So if you take SF6, it's also real stable. If there's a flashover, the molecules breaks and they recombine again to SF6. Other technologies like flue-nitrile will not recombine completely. It will recombine, but you have to exchange this gas after a few years. That's a difference to clean air. Air is always, as we can see here, if you switch on the light, it's also at home, also the air will change, but it will recombine always. That is 100%. So we have the first inspection date is after 25 years. We have to check the gas if it is enough pressure in it, so it will recombine. That's the difference to nitrile or to other solutions. But SF6 has the same performance.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you for the great presentation for the new technology. The question is this technology will be affect the cost of the project or the price of the GIS?
Yeah, everything has an impact. Also, new technologies. We are in the beginning of this ramp-up phase. So, if you ask now, the price will be higher than in the future in a stable market. But our sales manager is here. You can ask him afterwards for pricing.
No, I mean compared with the SF6.
Yeah, because it's bigger. It's 30% bigger. The price is higher because we need more material. Automatically, if you have a bigger equipment, you need more material. So it will not be the same price as for SF6 because you need more material to manufacture it. That is for sure. And also vacuum tubes are higher quality, higher performance, but also slightly higher costs. So if you want, it's project related and so on. So you can go to Younes Al-Jazouri. He can give you some details if you would like to have it.
Just other question, please. There, you mentioned that after 2035, maybe there is in European there is no SF6 more. And what about for let's say the new, substation we just constructed for the spare parts or extension there?
In the EU is a different law. Yes, all new substations must be with clean air or with CO2 neutral equipment, but only new equipment, not already installed substations. So it will impact all voltage levels over the time. So yeah, it will not impact running projects, running installed projects, only new one. So every new contract made or specification comes out in next year must be under this law. And if installation is before 28, then they can still use SF6. If the energization date is after 28, it must be a GWP lower than 1. That is the law in Europe, but not in Middle East. I don't know the rules here. They will also come, maybe in COP, but not now, actually.
Yeah. Hello. I'm the one here. Yeah. Hi. A great presentation. I would like to know like how open your company is for the youth to engage in your projects, like how approachable it is.
Can you repeat the...
I want to know like youth, how approachable you are for the youth to get involved themselves actually. If they would like to do any project, anything with your company, because your projection is really great and the youth has a fresh energy. So if they would like to be involved with your projects, how approachable your company is?
What do you mean with Jude?
Youth, the future youth, the students, the students.
As a students.
Yes, please.
So what I will tell them for the
yes,
future?
Please.
Yes, okay, what general is fight for a climate better world in the future. That is one, and look into technologies like this technology, and also if you study, look into this direction. Also Siemens Energy has a lot of open jobs also to and I myself, I am always fighting for better environment. It's also my passion, my private passion. And now with this blue technology, it's the best way to live my passion with a good product. As I know, it's not only making money, it's making the world better.
Of course.
And that is what also students can do also in the future, to go this way, to find not the best money-making job, find the best by heart, your best job, your willingness to study and to work. And
Thank you very much. Thank you.
First of all, thank you, Mr. Matthias, for the wonderful presentation. I just want to ask you, I'm actually an engineer in MBR Solar Park, and it's really interesting about what you were saying about the Blue GIS. So I just want to ask you, how did Siemens got the approach for Blue GIS?
How we got the approach? What do you mean in projects or?
Yes, the projects, exactly.
So our product is available in the market. So also if there's some specifications out or projects running, we can offer SF6 actual and clean air solutions, both for this 145 kV level in parallel. And you must judge if you want to invest more money or bigger footprint or not, but both are fully sales release, so both products we can offer in parallel, or if you want to go to direction to environmental friendly, just ask for GWP values, then you compare Siemens products with our competitors' products also. If you're interested, I have a paper which criteria from procurement is important if you want to focus not only to technique, but also to other aspects, environmental, health and safety aspects. I can, if you come to me later, I can give you this slide for the procurement guys to address these topics also for new upcoming substations. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Time is out. Thanks a lot for the patience and for your interest. Enjoy your stay in the Wetex.
Thank you, Mr. Matthias Steuer. I would like to announce the winner, Sultan Hassan. Please proceed to the registration to claim your reward, and we will start our next session at 12 sharp, so please be available in the hall. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, let us all welcome Mr. Mansour Abuthnain, the Vice President of Projects and Technical Services at the National Water Company of Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. He will be addressing the session on the Partnership Roadshow. Let us all welcome him on the stage. Thank you.
Bismillah ar-Rahman ar-Rahim. Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, everyone. It's Mansour Abuthnain. We are very glad to be here today to present the National Water Company Roadshow for the future and also the achievement being achieved for the past 5 years. I thought there will be a screen here, so yeah. Okay, as most of you know, National Water Company in Saudi Arabia is owned by the Public Investment Fund, the PIF in Saudi Arabia. And the National Water Company being established 2008. The responsibility of National Water Company is two main things. First of all is to distribute the potable water with the right quality, with high quality. Second thing is to collect the wastewater and treat it with a very high standard. As you can see in the right graph, this shows the relation in the water sector between the companies. National Water Company is responsible, as I mentioned, of the distribution. For the production is responsible by another company. It's called Sheikh. The transmission is another company. And after treating the wastewater, it's another organization is in charge of using the reused water. This is our vision and mission. As I mentioned, our vision is to distribute very high quality of drinking water across the whole Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Our customer is first. We have a teamwork and commitment, and part of our responsibility is initiative continuous of innovations. This slide shows some numbers to give you an idea about the National Water Company. Today, our customer is more than 2 million customers. It's almost 2.2. Our average distribution water, drinking water, today is almost 10 million. You can imagine this is the water network length we have today is 129,000 meters across the whole Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, and almost 50,000 cubic meter, kilometer for the wastewater. Our employees is more than 10,000 employees in the National Water Company. Today, our tertiary treatment of the wastewater is more than 86%. And this is the average of the wastewater treated every single day is more than 5,600,000 cubic meter per day. This is the journey of the National Water Company. As you can see here, before 2008, the National Water Company was responsible about the 4 major cities: Riyadh, Jeddah, and Mecca and Taif only. 2017, we've been instructed to manage and supervise the whole kingdom, still responsibility of all other 13 directorates by the ministry. We succeed 2021 to merge all directorates under one organization, which is the National Water Company, and we distribute to 6 clusters. And this merge is extremely important from governance point of view, from having one standard for running the business and to make sure the satisfaction of the customers. These slides show the partnership of the private sector. Today, we do have the management contract for the whole 6 clusters to improve the efficiency and the effectiveness of the operation. And these are the companies for each cluster showing the slides. We are aiming in the National Water Company in 2026 to have the concession for the private sector in order to transfer all the operation to private sector and to make sure that they are providing the right quality and the right time. Since end of 2016 until September 2023, they were big achievement in the National Water Company, thanks God. We increased our distribution water more than 1 million. As I mentioned, after we merge all directorates under one entity, we have unified customer system, and we add more than 23,000 kilometers from the network of the water. We installed more than 2 million smart meters. And there are some numbers, whoever interested, he could have the presentation. And these are the other numbers of our achievement, ISO 9000, as well as the increase of the water treatment 36 and 44 STBs were operated after this in this period. Today, we have 0 dumping wastewater. All wastewater in Saudi Arabia being treated either tertiary, as I have mentioned, more than 86, or secondary. And our target is to make all our wastewater treatment with a tertiary. This is the vision to 2030, and these are the target National Water Company is responsible to meet. We have to complete our coverage for water 100%, and more than 95% of the wastewater also supply 24 hours per 7 days per 7, and less than 15% of the non-living water. And the quality for sure, and it's today 100%. And collect 100% of the wastewater. And as I have mentioned, we have to make the treatment of the wastewater tertiary 100%. These are some strategies of the National Water Company to give you some idea, as I have mentioned, related to have long term for the operation and maintenance in order to have the right quality and efficiency of the operation. Also, the management contract being implemented for the whole 6 clusters. And there are some initiatives which is related to the digital system, private sector being involved, and improving the customer. Our customer is first, and we have improved our customer satisfaction for the past 6-7 years. And we are continuing in that. This slide shows the partnership with the private sector regarding the management contract. Management contract is now involved of operation and customer needs in order to lift up the efficiency and the effectiveness of the operation. And as I have mentioned maybe 3 slides back, that our aim in National Water Company is to have the concession by 2026. These are some results of our long-term contract as well as the management contracts. This slide is talk about the capital project portfolio. For the past 6-7 years, National Water Company has achieved complete more than 1,310 capital projects with a value of more than 12 billion USA dollars. And these are the distribution of these projects. Some of them are related to the network, some of them network of the water as well as the wastewater, and also some of them as related to the STBs. Today, we have 364 projects with a value of 6.76 billion USA dollar, and these are the distribution of these projects and their execution today. As I have mentioned, we divided Kingdom of Saudi Arabia to 6 clusters for better management and control and governance. Okay. This may be the most interested slides for the contractors who are interested to join us in executing these projects. Our 5 years portfolio include more than 2,500 projects. I see some contractors are taking picture of this. Yeah, this slide is the most important for the contractors and the vendors who are interested to join us. And this is one of the reasons that we are here today to present these slides. So our target, I have mentioned, is to execute these projects for the coming 5 years in order to meet our target or vision, 2030 vision. And this job is not an easy job. You need to have the right quality, qualified contractors. And National Water Company opening both hands for those contractors, regardless, they are international, local, as long as they have the right quality and the right resources. And these are the types of the projects. Some of them, as I've mentioned, related to water distribution projects, or most of them is for the water and wastewater networks. Some of them are for the non-revenue water, some replacement of pipes. And these are the distribution of each cluster. And as you can see, Western cluster has the most of this portfolio. And there are some reasons for that. This is the central cluster type of projects. And these are details. Whoever interested, I'm not going to go through them in detail. Whoever interested, he is welcome to have this presentation. And this is the Western cluster type of projects and the total portfolio. This is the Southern cluster. This is Eastern cluster. And this is Northwest cluster. Last but not least, the North cluster. And some projects are managed by the head office in Riyadh, related to some consultant and BMOs. For the past 3 months, we received a call from mega contractors who are interested in this project, but they want to have big value of projects. They are not interested to have one project with the value of 200 million or something like that. They are looking for more than 2 billion. They are international. They are executing huge projects. And based on that, we merge some projects together to have it under one program if they have the same type of project or if they are in the same area. And the following slides show some examples. Engineer Baqir, if you could come please and explain these. Some of these projects show the scope overall for each project. And as you can see here, the length of this project and the water reservoir for each project. Go ahead, Engineer Baqir.
So this program is for water losses and non-revenue water reduction in Riyadh city. Most of the city we have this program is a very large program. It's actually cover replacement of all the pipes, leakage detection and repair, and other activities related to this program. As you see, the total number of pipes. So the total number of our kilometer of pipe replaced and house connection as well. So it involved, it's a huge program involved like technical and commercial aspect of the water losses. So this is Riyadh, and most of the cities we have similar program as it. So that's not only like one element we are doing it, it's a big everything. As well, this wastewater program in Riyadh city, it's eastern region. It's mostly to increase the wastewater collection coverage. As mentioned, Engineer Mansour before, we want to reach 95% by 2030, and this is part of the whole program. So this system, if you can see, it's include the network, main lines, and lift stations. It's not only one, not one station or network on main line. So it's all lumped in one program. It's a big value, and it's for, if you can see, it's like a new district. We want to cover that district. So this is in Riyadh again. And this program is in, I think most of you are familiar with Mecca and Mina area, because Hajj population is increasing every year, and that's to improve the network, collection network, and also increase it as well. So it involves about 220 pipeline, wastewater pipeline, and also to improve the existing network. I mean, sometimes we replace pipes and other connection. Again, this is Arafat, is also is within the whole region in Mecca, but this is for water network, and so it has like water reservoirs and main pipeline and network. And normally this is like let as a water reservoir by itself or main pipeline and network. But this is a program, is a complete area, is like the target of it, the objective is like one contractor handle the whole area and doing all the projects in that region.
Anyway, if we are running out of time, I see the viewer says like that, but thank you, Baqir. And we still have some slides related to the registration way and pre-qualification. But the idea of these slides, as I have mentioned and Engineer Baqir mentioned, is to attract the big ABC contractors that we are merging certain or number of projects under one program, and they can bid for this program. And the slide shows the scope, the number of pipes, the number of the length of the pipes, and okay. Part of our responsibility is related to the 3 points: achievement and goals. I will just skip to this slides. The National Water Company has achieved to make more than 3,600 million of trees, and are distributed in each clusters. I will skip the slides. We'll go through the supplier pre-qualification. Engineer Uthman Hakami, please join us to present it. And you have only 1-2 minutes. Is enough?
Yes, is enough.
2 minutes. He said 1 minute. I will take 2 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Engineer Mansour, our Vice President. I need to take this opportunity just to call you. We are available to take you through our journey in the hall number 3. So in that, in our booth, we'll take you through the journey. What is that? I think this one. Yes.
Just the green one, yes. Not only the journey, also the registration. Whoever is interested, this one. Whoever interested, they can register it even here.
Yes, perfect. So when you join us there, we'll tell you our portal, the journey from registration through the qualification, how to bid to the project, and we'll take you also what do we need. We need the contractors, which category, and which type of manufacturer, which type of material. So we are here to explain, and we are here to take you with us in this journey and this success. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Mr. Mansour Abuthnain. Ladies and gentlemen, let me call upon the winners of the current raffle draw, Ms. Amal Al-Shamsi and Mr. Alil-Mheri. Please proceed to the registration desk. Ladies and gentlemen, we will start our sessions in 2 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, we now call upon Mr. Todd Weiss from IYYM to address the next session titled New Technology in Solid Handling Pumping Applications. Please welcome him on the stage. Thank you.
All right, let me see how this works. There we go, perfect. Okay, good afternoon. Thanks for being here. I would like to introduce you to the Gorman-Rupp Company and our partner representing us in the UAE for some maybe 30 years is IYYM, and I'd welcome you to their booth where we can see some of the technology that I'll be talking about here today. Actually, this is one of their installations in Abu Dhabi, wastewater treatment plant. So what I'll be speaking about, a little bit about Gorman-Rupp, who we are and what our history is, the Eradicator technology, the EcoStorm technology, so two of our newer innovations, speak briefly about pump efficiency when it comes to wastewater pumping, and with some installation best practices that should apply to all pumping situations, especially in the wastewater field. This is our plant, started in 1933, so we're a 90-year-old company. We are publicly traded on the New York Stock Exchange, but we are closely held by the family, and that's the Gorman and the Rupp family. The founders pictured here are showing pump number 1, where they introduced and invented the self-priming pump for solids handling. Today, the company is worldwide. We trade in most countries across the world and have a good presence in the Middle East region. We're represented by 6 different independent companies that are all in the water pump field. So some are in the irrigation, firefighting, and petroleum markets, but all focus on the pumps that are made in the US. This is our facility in Mansfield, Ohio, which is one of the Great Lakes states. All the pumps that are installed here in the Middle East and worldwide are all produced at this factory, 305,000 square meters, state-of-the-art new facilities where our corporate headquarters is, as well as our training and technology center. We invest heavily in state-of-the-art facilities. We completely manufacture the pump, all except for the castings. Castings are purchased, 95% of those are US sourced castings, but we do all the machining, all the assembly, and as you can see from the photos, we spend a lot of time and effort to educate our customers on hydraulics and the different pump types and what we do. So if you ever get to Ohio, come visit us at the factory. And we host the Gorman-Rupp Academy, where we're constantly bringing in customers, users, maintenance personnel to train on our equipment. Some of the key points about Gorman-Rupp that I'll talk about is maybe somewhat unique in the industry is we performance test each and every pump. So the pump must undergo 5 test points from performance, flow, pressure, and you'll receive a factory acceptance certificate with every pump that has our serial tag on it. Beyond those capabilities, we have a very large investment in our research and development. The drive has been to introduce new technologies to the industry to meet the needs of changing wastewater and becoming more efficient. So this is our certified test lab area. We often get inspectors and customers visiting us to watch their pumps being tested, and we can do all types of tests from a priming test and all the performance and MPSH tests that you could dream up. What we're most known for is the first pump, the self-priming centrifugal. That's our Super T line, introduced in 1963. That's worldwide what the brand represents, but we have a wide range of additional pumps from engine-driven pumps, vacuum assist. We do some positive displacement gear pumps, a large range of petroleum pumps, as well as packaging it into a complete system. So what I'll talk about first is every new pump installation, every designer has options for how they're going to move water, how they're going to move wastewater in particular. The oldest and the first option is a flooded suction standard centrifugal, where you have the dry pit next to your wet well, and you're flooding the pump and it's pushing it away. The second option, and the one that's particularly popular in many parts of the world, would be the submerged, so a submersible pump where the motor, the drive, and everything is submerged in the wastewater and lifting the water from there. The Gorman-Rupp self-priming option is the one on the top right. We call that high and dry, and talk about the advantages of what it means to have your pump sitting above the wastewater. We like to talk about the only thing that should be in the wastewater that you're pumping is a suction line. You know, electricity and water don't mix, so keep it out of the waste that you're pumping. And I should note that the self-priming Gorman-Rupp pump is an option when the suction lift is 7.5 meters or less. So the ideal concept, our philosophy for doing these type of pumps is sit above high and dry so that it can be seen, and health, safety, environmental concerns, so no operator has to do their work inside a pit that could be filled with noxious gases in a hazardous environment. We designed the pump so that it can be for unattended operation, so that it primes and automatically primes again or reprimes at every call to start. Some of the additional benefits: anytime that the operator can see, hear, get up close to their expensive equipment, then they're more likely to pay attention, to monitor it, to service it. We offer a pump, very heavy duty, that should last in these installations for at least 20 years. And as I mentioned, it reduces the safety, or increases the safety and reduces the hazards that the workers are exposed to. Some of the other benefits that I'll mention is that the driver for these pumps is any typical motor, any high efficiency motor that you can purchase from your supplier. That could be a Siemens, a WEG motor, Toshiba, any motor that the customer chooses are perfectly capable of operating with our pumps. I'll talk a little bit about innovation. We started in 1933 with an innovation and have been developing that and building on that ever since. Many of those innovations have become standards in the industry, especially the wastewater industry. We continue to update our facilities, invest in research and development in order to, we understand that being a US-made product, we're not the low-cost solution, so we have to offer the benefit of value, long-term life cycle costs. One of those is developing a high head pump that can reach up to 100 meters of head while pumping solids, while pumping sewage. Again, being capable of doing that 7.5 meter lift. And that would be the Ultra V series of pumps, where we've added a second stage hydraulically duplicate pump to be the booster, while still maintaining that solids handling. 1963 is when we introduced that T-series pump, or the standard wastewater self-priming pump that we're known for. That was capable of achieving medium heads, 30 meters. Then when we introduced the Ultra V with that second stage, up to 300% more performance, higher efficiency, and you can see higher flows as well. And we keep looking at what else does. That was a response to our customers saying, hey, as we build more housing developments, we have to take and pump the sewage to the treatment plants further away, so we need a higher head pump. A lot of the discussion is about today's wastewater has changed somewhat. Flushable wipes, it might be a term that you hear quite a bit within the industry as being a problem. So the big companies are marketing a wipe that's flushable. Unfortunately, those wipes do not break down in our sewage treatment systems. And so what they do is find places to clog, and often that's a pump. Example of that is that first picture, there's a pump underneath all of that ragging. The other two pictures are agricultural, so that's in a cattle industry, and then a chicken rendering plant. So our pumps are asked to do a lot, and how do they do that without clogging? The other part of it, aging infrastructure, aging systems, more users, and there's a drive for less water that's being flushed. So all of those type of things add up to potential problems in our pump systems. Gorman-Rupp introduced the Eradicator technology. We have two examples of that. This one is at a plastics recycling plant operating 24/7. We had our existing pump there that did have clogging issues, and then we introduced this Eradicator system, which I'll talk about more, that fixed the issue. Eradicator Plus. So this technology is for actually cutting and reducing the solid size. Again, it can be installed in the pumps that we've had out there for 20 years or more. It's a quick retrofit system to solve any clogging issues. And hopefully I'll have a video that I can play.
The new Super T-Series Eradicator Plus from Gorman-Rupp is specifically designed to handle the most aggressive solids handling applications. More effective than previous Super T-Series models equipped with the Eradicator Solids Management System, the Eradicator Plus new impeller and wear plate cut, chop, and tear materials, allowing them to pass through the pump. This includes municipal waste, sewage, wipes, industrial byproducts, agricultural waste, and other organic solids. Additionally, the lightweight inspection cover offers quick access to the impeller when routine maintenance is needed. The back cover no longer needs to be removed to inspect the impeller or clear a blockage, in the unlikely event that one would occur, reducing maintenance costs and downtime. The Eradicator Plus is the latest design advance in the evolution of the Super T-Series pump, offering ease of replacing parts and lower life cycle costs compared to other pumps. The Eradicator Plus pump from Gorman-Rupp, the most innovative solution available to solve your most aggressive waste handling needs. Contact Gorman-Rupp to request a quote or to review your pump application.
So I think the video summarized it pretty well, what it does. But again, interchangeable. Any of our Super T pumps that are out there can be retrofitted. It involves a wear plate and the rotating assembly replacement. We offer those in hard iron materials and high chrome options as well, because often the waste that we're handling is very aggressive, very abrasive. We would apply this on organic waste, so raw sewage, animal waste. We tested it on things like rope, trash bags, mop heads, different types of plastics, and rubber materials before we launched it. In many cases, we would say this should reduce or eliminate the need for an inflow grinder ahead of the pump. So it shouldn't need an emaciator before it. Second entirely different technology introduced was an aeration system. So this operates on the discharge of one of our pumps, and when pushed through at the required pressure through the venturi, you're introducing high volumes of air to be mixing in lagoons, such as what are shown here. So anytime in the wastewater industry, either industrial or municipal, that you have lagoons that are sometimes maybe aerated through air bubbler systems, floating mixers, those type of systems, this would be an alternative to that, building upon the idea that it's high and dry, easy to maintain bank-mounted installation. Operates nicely with our pumps. And some of the places, oh, I think I lost the slide. Some of the places that you might find that, a lot of agricultural industries, maybe there's algae control, odor control, or sludge aeration basins that need that high volume of oxygen in order to complete the biological process of handling the wastewater. All right, I'll move on from talking about our pumps and talking about, generally speaking, pump efficiency. So the definition of efficiency, the efficient operation as compared to the cost in energy, time, or money. Useful energy delivered by a dynamic system per the energy that's supplied or required to run it, i.e. pumps, how efficient is the pump. And there are a lot of companies, and we're certainly one of them too, that talk about, okay, how can we change our controls? How can we do monitoring to improve our efficiencies? From a hydraulic standpoint, what we have to remember is when pumping wastewater, a clogged pump is 0% efficient. So we need to keep in mind the practical efficiency, non-clogging, or if it does clog, how quickly can it be repaired, and operational efficiency in general. The desired operating range of a pump, this is our 8-inch pump. Maximum best efficiency point is 67%, but changing conditions with our pumping wastewater systems, you may be running outside that best efficiency range, and you want to avoid the pink and the green areas for cavitation. So how we do that, how we plan our systems is very important to talking about real or practical efficiency. So, and this often is the case with somebody that's new to the industry, maybe an engineer that's just come out of university. The first thing that they want to do is look for the maximum efficiency of a pump and select that one. And I would say that's absolutely correct when we're pumping clean water, where you have large flows, it's a continuous operation. I think it's published and known that pumps are the second highest energy users in the marketplace. Efficiency is not the highest factor to look for when we're talking about wastewater and sludge handling. When it's smaller flows, when it's intermittent operation, which is often where our pumps are applied. The perfect wastewater pump would be high efficient, never clog, never need maintenance, and last forever. Certainly a lofty goal, but in the real world, we know that compromises need to be made so that it can efficiently do the work that it's called upon to do. This is some of our development in just focusing on impeller design and our wastewater pumps. Each of them have a different job to do, but we try to keep in mind that any change that you make, does it still handle the solids? Look at the hydraulic efficiency, and important especially for a self-priming pump is, does it maintain the MPSH conditions in order to make the suction lifts that we need it to? So for example, the first impeller is a multi-vane. That's going to be higher pressure and higher efficiency. However, you sacrifice the size of the solids it can handle. The two-vane impeller is a less efficient impeller, but it's suitable for handling 80 millimeter solids. So sometimes required in the applications that we have. The point of this and what I would get across, whether it's Gorman-Rupp, our partners, or anybody in the industry, is to find your pump expert. When you're planning an installation, maybe a new design, or you're retrofitting, get somebody that's within the industry that can really speak to you about systems, because the pump is just part of a system. It reacts to the system that you place it in. And so what you need to avoid is, these are examples of cavitation and the damage that it causes by running either in the pink area, discharge cavitation, or in the green area, suction cavitation. So going back, stepping back for just a minute and talking about, Gorman-Rupp and most pump companies have online available for everybody to use as a selection program. And so you put in your, I need 75 cubic meters at 20 meters of head, and here's what I get. Have to keep in mind that efficiency may not be the first choice when it comes to wastewater pumping. May have to look at, in this case, we're choosing the pump that handles the solids that we need it to handle, the 3-inch or 80 millimeter solids. And again, having somebody work with you to do your system and look at it from a system perspective so they can make advice and make changes to end up with the best pump for that system. In our world, we talk about, we do a lot of our practice and our design focused on the suction. So if most of the work or the hardest to plan is making sure that we have a good suction situation so that the pump can prime quickly without trouble, and we'd like to advise you on that. In summary, I would suggest, especially with the changes in the market today, apply non-clog and easy to maintain wastewater pumps. We'd like our pumps to be in operation for at least 20 years. Plan the system, work with the experts in the field in order to have the most efficient pump system. Again, it's not just the pump, it's the entire system of pipes and valves that the pump reacts to. And speak to the pump experts for the most successful applications. And happy to do so. You can meet us in the booth after the presentation. And that's all I have. Thank you for your time. Happy to entertain any questions. Yes, sir.
What the velocity we supposed to required, or we can supposed to consider for the design of any pump and pipeline, because suction and submersible suction is different, your surface suction pump is different.
Right.
So,
So
what the velocity?
what efficiency did you say?
Velocity.
What velocity?
Velocity
Oh, okay.
before header and after header.
So we talk about 2 liters a second is the minimum required.
Maximum. Minimum maybe 2 liter, but maximum?
The maximum, we usually talk about, I think, 10 liters a second, but
In suction.
it would apply for both the suction and the discharge side to keep solids in suspension. So I don't know if I have the maximum in liters a second on top of my head, but it would apply to any pumps, ours as others.
We are basically person from designing the process. So we are not very much aware about the pump. Inside the pump, submersible pump velocity may be more than 6 liter or 10 liter, but outside may be decreased. That velocity, otherwise cavitation may be there in pipeline. That's why I asked you.
Yeah, so if you're, the 2 liters at the minimum velocity, they keep the solids.
Yes, otherwise,
of course, they
otherwise
settle
the
out.
stress may be there and that system may be not working properly.
And too high a velocity means that there's going to be a lot of erosion
Cavitation
in
may
your
be there.
equipment.
Yes. Thank you.
Good question. Yeah. All right. Anyone else? Okay. I've used my allotted time, so thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Minutes from now. Thank you. Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ladies and gentlemen, now we will proceed with today's panel on sustainability cities, the impact of innovation and technology on the future of the real estate industry. With our guests, Mr. Francis Arul from DAMAC, Dr. Waleed Al-Nuaimi from ETIHAD ESCO, Mr. Mohammed Saeed bin Sulaiman from MORO, Mr. Faisal Ameer Malik from Huawei. And I hand over the mic to our moderator, Ms. Naoufer Ramoul, presenter at Dubai Media Incorporated. Thank you.
So let's follow our the organizer. Yes, Mr. Faisal, please. Guys, there are some people who just finished lunch and they feel a little bit maybe lazy or slow, but I welcome them if they hear us to join us in this session of Wetex that is called The Impact of Innovation and Technology on the Future of Real Estate Industry. And this, of course, rapidly evolving technological landscape, it is and crucial to explore how advancement in innovation and in technology are reshaping the real estate industry and influencing the future of this industry. We will examine as well, which is very important, the role of technology in the sustainability and energy efficiency in real estate with the increasing focus for everybody. It's trending, but it's a good trend for this time, the environmental responsibility. Joining us today in this panel, experts who have made remarkable contribution in their fields of real estate and technology. With us, I will start, Mr. Francis Arul, Chief Information Officer in DAMAC Properties. Welcome. Dr. Waleed Al-Nuaimi, CEO of ETIHAD ESCO. Mr. Mohammed Saeed bin Sulaiman, the CEO of MORO, and Mr. Faisal Ameer Malik, Chief Technology Officer of Huawei Enterprise Business Group in the Middle East and Central Asia. I will start with you, Mr. Francis, because this is talking about real estate. Let's start to understand how has the integration of technology transformed the real estate industry over the past decade. Let's start with that.
Yeah, excellent. And first of all, good afternoon, everybody. And thanks for giving me the opportunity to talk and share my experience with you. In a nutshell, before I come into, I will say, real estate, I worked in retail industry, franchisee retail. Before that, I was in luxury retail. During my journey, I was part of investment banking and also automobile industry in supply chain and logistics. So technology kind of allowed me to work in multiple sectors. Saying that, in real estate, in fact, technology is doing an enormous contribution, and it is very profound in any kind of real estate and property development. So I can go and talk about multiple, I will say, use cases. I'll keep it very simple. I'll start from the customer experience. So today, we are kind of giving an opportunity for our customers to buy real estate from across the globe. It is feasible with the help of technology. So we are using AR, VR, we call it as an immersive experience. If you visit one of our DAMAC sales office, you can see the immersive experience. You can visualize your future luxury apartments, home. You can just walk, you can scroll, you can see how the view of your apartment and what is the view from the balcony, how amenities are built, how my pool will look. So you can really go into the immersive experience and you can visualize your future home, and it helps our customer to make the decision.
So this is the part where the customer is using the technology
Absolutely.
into his favor. I will get back to you about the real estate developers, how they are using this technology into their favor, into the building, how they are implementing that. I will get back to you. Dr. Waleed, I'm sorry. I will start with the question because I am ignorant. And when I read your name and read Etihad ESCO, I went into Googling you and Etihad ESCO. So I'll start with an ignorant question. What is Etihad ESCO? What do you do? How do you implement the best practice to achieve sustainability?
Sure. First of all, thank you for highlighting that. Many people doesn't know what Etihad ESCO is. I just got a question from a lady here.
I'm not the only one. This is good to know.
So in every, let's say, energy performing industry, there is energy services companies, and there is a super ESCO, which is usually a semi-government entity that kind of regulates the energy efficiency contracting companies. Thank you very much.
Yes.
What the super ESCO do is we develop the market, we develop the energy efficiency contracting companies by awarding them projects for energy efficiency, aiming to regulate the market. I'm sure everyone knows that energy efficiency projects, especially the performance energy projects, works on long term, starting from 7 years to 20 years. And there's nothing better than appointing a semi-government entity to regulate this market. So that's the first thing we do. And we deal with the main stakeholders. We look at the government point of view, of what are the goals that to be achieved within certain timeline for achieving the required efficiency or reduction in utility.
Your role is very important. We'll get back to you about what do you do for the building. They are already constructed long time ago. What is the new building? What is your role? How can you help them? And you will define us what is smart city also or building city. Mr. Mohammed, I will continue with my ignorance. I had no idea what is Moro Hub, but the good thing when I read about you, you are on Guinness Book. You are on Guinness. What is Moro Hub? What do you do? And why did you get, I love Guinness Book, by the way, and all the records I am following up. So you are, since 2022, on the Guinness Book. Explain why.
So first of all, thank you for hosting me today. Moro is one of the subsidiaries of Digital DIWA. We are 100% owned by DIWA. We launched our operation late 2018. And the main objective of creating the company is to accelerate digital transformation in the UAE and in the future to expand also globally. So today the services that we offer varies in fact. We have co-location services, the cloud services, cyber security, smart cities and IoT solutions and services, and also we offer professional and managed services. Today we have more than 700 employees in the organization, serving more than 120 customers locally and globally. About the Guinness record, this year in February, we have launched the largest solar power data center in the world. And we've launched it in partnership with our partner, Huawei. And as we speak, we are now, hopefully before end of this year, we'll be announcing, launching, or awarding the expansion of the data center, phase 2. And hopefully there will be also some announcement that we will do or that we will make during COP28.
Amazing. We'll get back to that at the end because it's a very important event that will be held here in UAE. Mr. Faisal, Mr. Francis, from a developer perspective, DAMAC, he explained that it is a very important component, the technology in the real estate. You have this technology, you have the innovation. How can you evaluate the integration of solution technology in the real estate? Is it in a very fast path, or in your point of view, it's still a bit slow? They are still shy, not DAMAC, but in general.
First of all, again, thank you from my side as well for having me here in this panel. Good afternoon, everyone. It's not about only real estate. The kind of world we are living in today, technology has become one of the most key element of whatever we are doing in terms of our personal life, businesses. Pre-COVID-19, we used to go to organizations and we would talk about, you must do digital transformation. But after COVID, everyone realized that you cannot survive unless, as an organization, even a home or an entity, as a country, you will face a lot of problems if you are not digitally transformed. So the role of technology, first of all, is very, very important. Now let's come to the real estate. Real estate, I think Francis talked about user experience,
yes,
or I would say the residents or the whatever community they are building. So for us, from Huawei's perspective, real estate has a bit broader terminology when we see the industry. We include real estate. It can be a community developed by them. It can be maybe a large district developed by Dubai government or Abu Dhabi government or Saudi government. Or it can be maybe a large resort or a hotel. So whatever is on a piece of land for us is a real estate. Now who comes to that real estate? In their case, it's the citizens or residents who are living there. In a hotel, it's us walking in, trying to enjoy a holiday, or if mall is a real estate for us. So in all these scenarios, the role of technology to build that user experience or citizen experience is prime now. Because if you don't have the right kind of connectivity, no matter what kind of luxury villa you would build, people would not be living there. If I walk into a hotel, a 5-star hotel, my room Wi-Fi is not working, I think I would not sit peacefully unless I move to a room where there is a better Wi-Fi. So right now, there are a lot of technologies around it, like you said. The basic one to talk about, which everyone understands, is connectivity.
Yeah.
That is prime.
But I think we are beyond that.
Yeah, beyond that. Yeah? We are beyond that. That is the platform.
Yeah.
On the top of it is services, like it can be an application, it can be a portal I'm interacting with. Now you talked about AR and VR.
Yes.
And now we are talking about AI-based, like there are hotels which have started using robots roaming around. Even I think with Moro and Diva, we worked on some use cases where there can be robots in a customer service center. So we are going to the next step.
Quick question before
Yes,
I go to Mr. Francis. Do you adapt with their needs, or you create the needs and let them, or convince them that they need that solution?
It's a very, very, very good question. First of all, I'll talk about as Huawei. For Huawei, we have our first most important core value which we follow is being customer centric. Okay. So we adopt to their business. I would not say business challenges or only needs. We adopt to what makes them successful. So whatever makes them successful as our customers, we try to build the technology which makes them successful. Then also comes their challenges, their pain points, and everything around it, and their users and their customers.
Interesting.
Yeah.
So that's why I get back to you, Mr. Francis. You talked about the customer point of view, how he is using your technology that you offer to make their experience better and make them buy what you have. Now, what specific innovation have had the most significance on the real estate, and what the developer, you as DAMAC, feel it changed the game?
Excellent question. And there are many, okay? Today, it's customer who is kind of pushing the real estate or developers to adapt latest technology, okay? So we want to be customer centric. We want to give a seamless experience for our customer. One, I talked from from a sales perspective, give them the ability to buy any property from across the globe, right? Okay. Using online immersive experience. And also now we are kind of implementing a lot of AI generative ChatGPT, famously called, in customer experience. So I have two priorities. One, I want to make my unhappy customers happy. That's the first fundamental. And the second one is I want to delight my customer. So in CRM space, we use generative AI. So we use kind of chatbots. We do the customer sentiment analysis when they're over the phone, or they're happy, if they're unhappy, why they're unhappy, how we can address our customer problem, right? when it comes to even projects, constructions,
Yes.
now we are using latest technology. For example, to do the inspection in the site, we are doing a POC using 3D cameras. So you just put it on your helmet, you walk across and see how the completion, the
Amazing.
quality of the delivery from our partners are. And we want to try drone technology if it is like a vertical building. So we want to kind of try new technology even in the constructions and on the site.
This is less time and less people.
More quality.
Yeah, a good answer.
Yeah.
As well, and also more safety.
Yes.
Right. So for me, go to market, on-time delivery, and quality is utmost priority. Right. So.
Yeah.
So we want to move into luxury. So we call live in luxury.
Yeah.
That is our DAMAC slogan. So we want to use the latest technology, and across the department we use, and also we want to make the DAMAC the best place to work. So we kind of bring how the technology can unite people. So we train our internal, I call them as my internal customers. I train them in new technology, how to use, for example, Mid-Journey for content creation, how to use ChatGPT on your queries from the customer.
Yeah.
So we have a lot of use
the whole
cases.
experience from someone thinking that I want to buy until he buy with the building, everything is related to solution and technology. Dr. Waleed, now of course the trend, we cannot build without to have sustainability in mind. We have environment responsibility in mind. Let's start with the question that is general. What make a city sustainable? What make a building also sustainable in your point of view?
When we look at there's the built environment and there's the new development, of course. We look at first the built environment, which is the majority. We're targeting more than 30,000 buildings in Dubai. We offer the comprehensive solution where we do the energy audit. We look at the solutions that can be implemented, the latest technology that can be implemented. With the clean energy generation that we can input in that, in addition to the financing techniques or solutions that we can provide. This is about the building environment where we're aiming to make Dubai one of the most, the leading example of the most sustainable city in the world by 2030.
Let me stay here with you with the buildings. Do you go to buildings, for example, from developer and tell them you audit them, you presented them solution? Do you go to DAMAC, for example, with solution?
We started with the main government buildings, which consume the most energy.
Very good.
And then we go to the private clients. We just started with the freehold buildings, setting an example of energy retrofitting for the buildings, in addition to the smart metering. When I say the solutions, it's not just the technology solution. It's a complete solution. Everybody have to put in. The human behavior is a must. I can install the latest technologies, but if it's not utilized in the right way.
So the awareness is very important as well from the human.
Definitely.
Okay.
The other thing is the building any facility is different now. The design is affected by how efficient you want to be, the material that you use for those buildings. It depends how efficient, how far you can go.
Yeah.
It affects, of course, there's massive technologies that's been in the market.
Yes.
Mohammed
we'll talk about it, yes.
The IoT,
and people,
the data analysis.
do they have to comply with you or they want to comply with you?
There is a clear directive from the government that this is what we need to achieve.
Yes.
Everybody is aligned. I think no one is diverse from that vision that we all aim to complete.
How about smart city now? How can you define it?
Smart cities are
sustainable cities.
Sustainable cities with the eco-friendly cities, which is self-sustainable. That means you cannot be 100% efficient. There has to be some leaks. I mean, we're still working on how to be 100%
sustainable. Well, but we have to start from somewhere, and Dubai is a good example. A lot of communities are already completely sustainable. We have the city in Mohammed bin Rashid city, and we have, for example, Masdar city there. So we have to start from somewhere.
It's amazing how people are aware. It's becoming like a competition.
Exactly.
Now there is a building labeling scheme that's going to start, where people will see that, oh, I want to rent in this building because it's more efficient. I will save on that.
Wow, that's awareness. That is how it come in handy, and how people are now more focused and more responsible about environment. So Mohammed, tell me, how can you help now? What solution do you have to help to have a sustainable buildings or sustainable cities?
So many of the solutions that we offer are in fact running or provided through our data centers, and all our data centers are carbon neutral or green. One of the services that I have mentioned at the beginning of the session is the smart cities and IoT, and one of the sub-services that we have under smart cities and IoT is a smart building. So in a smart building, what we do, we have our own platforms, and also IoT devices and sensors that we fit in the buildings that capture data from different touch points in the building and give recommendation on certain parameters that need to be adjusted in the building to make the building more smart, more sustainable.
Oh, that's good. So when building owner have the data, they can be efficient after that.
Exactly, exactly. And going back to what Dr. Waleed mentioned, we're currently working on an initiative whereby we will be identifying sustainable, or let's say more green or efficient buildings across the city of Dubai. We're building a platform leveraging the big data investment that our parent company DIWA has basically put, with an objective to identify the buildings that are more efficient than others.
And what happened to them? You give them price?
Well, we'll give the insights to the tenants. The objective here is to encourage everybody to practice sustainable living and to be a good citizen.
Yes, that is a good price, to be a good citizen in a very sustainable and smart city. Mr. Faisal, what way can technology improve efficiency and sustainability of real estate development and management? Do you have also solution? Did you come with the trend, or you were really Huawei before the trend of sustainability offering solutions? And what are they?
I like the first part, that did we flow with the trend or we were always there. So not many people know that when it comes to sustainability, we are service provider or solution provider to the telecom sector from the beginning. And wherever we used to deploy, wherever you go, you find a telecom site, and you find a tower, you find a signal. Even if you go to the mountains, you find a tower there. So what makes that tower work is power, and it's uninterrupted power, but most important is least power consumption, because it cannot stay there if it is consuming too much power, because there may be power outages. So I've been in the company for 18 years. So from the time I remember, whenever we would go and deploy any solution with the telecom operators, one of the first criteria was that it would consume less space and least power. So the sustainability concept is already there. And we have been always, as a company, trained to work on it. So now when the whole world it's very good. It has realized that it's a very important topic for us and for our generations to come. Again, we came to the market with a lot of solutions and ideas. Now, I would not go which solution, I'd say which areas. First of all is when you deploy any, for example, community or a building, the most important thing is that whatever technology you're deploying should consume the least power. If you're deploying technology and it's consuming too much power out of your whole build, then it's not sustainable. The whole environment, the whole idea is not sustainable. So it should consume, number one, least power. Number two, whatever power it's consuming, it is monitorable and fixable, or at least you can monitor what is happening around you. Number two. Number three is whatever is the technology that is building this solution is sustainable. Even if you are kind of discarding or getting rid of some parts of it, They are, I would say, they are green. They are not creating any environmental hazards. So it goes layer by layer. And then we also have some very popular solutions like we have recently launched and we have made a lot of noise in the market. That is net zero campus. That is when you are deploying, again, a campus can be a university, a hospital, a community, or a hotel. How to take it to a journey of low carbon or net zero. So we are, with our all technology and capability, innovation and heart, are into it.
This is possible to have a net zero carbon footprint for a campus, for a hospital, I mean, logically, I know you give this, is it doable?
I think right now, yeah, please. If you,
no, it's for you, but I will ask also.
We, at this stage, I would say that we are on a journey towards that. If we exactly go to net zero by zero, it may vary situation to situation. But it is achievable. It is something achievable.
And interesting. I'm asking because this is the solution. Now I will ask the real estate or the developer. Mr. Francis, how do you adhere to those sustainable solutions into your development? When did you start also thinking sustainability has to be a very important component of all our projects?
I would like to resonate Dr. Waleed, Mr. Mohammad, and Mr. Faisal. For me, sustainability starts from the home, right? Yeah. So what in DAMAC we are doing, so we'll be launching our first phase of DAMAC Lagoon in Q1 2024. As part of the solution, we are going to offer a home automation solution. So we call it as a community living app, DAMAC Living app. The home automation will be integrated in the app, and you can control everything in your home. You can control your air conditioning, you can control your irrigation, you can control your power, you can even integrate your security cameras, everything in one single solution on your hand, in your mobile phone. Why I'm saying this is simple things. When nobody at home, it's important to make sure your air conditioning is not maximum use, right?
Yeah.
Make sure you switch off all the lights when people are not there. Simple things contributes for our carbon footprint reduction, right? Even as part of the social responsible team in DAMAC, we encourage people to print less. So we want to digitalize all our workflow process, validation process. So we have a small application called DAMAC Central. So we encourage our business not to print any more papers. Even if you print, don't print color printers. You print back to back. For me, sustainability is nothing but simple step.
Yeah.
Every small drop will make an ocean. So it starts from home, it starts from the enterprise, the organization, and the vision of the leadership. Okay?
And I will get back to you also about the construction. If you think also using specific material are also green and good for the buildings. I will get back to you on this. Dr. Waleed, the new, as you see, everybody here is adhering into the new sustainable goal to be a good citizen. My question, how about the old buildings? Can you rehabilitation? Do you help them? How do you do them to change them, transition into green or sustainable also buildings?
Actually, our major market is the old buildings.
Very good.
And the older they are, you know, the technology have evolved where even machineries, the ACs have been more efficient.
Sure.
And I'm sure you see it in the supermarkets or the retailers where you see the stars on how efficient every machine is. So everybody is encouraged to buy the most efficient machinery. So what we do in the old buildings, we make the audit. We look at where the energy is a waste. Actually, whatever bill you are paying, you're not utilizing all that energy that you pay for. Most of it, not most, maybe half of it is a waste. So being efficient is avoiding that waste to go away and by utilizing the technology, changing your behaviors. That's why we focus on awareness to teach people how to minimize that waste of energy. To make things easier, most of people would say, oh, we don't have the budget to install all this.
It's a bit costly to do this transition.
Exactly, and it's a long-term repayment also. Because you look, I mean, the solar PV systems is 20, 25 years, and that's where you repay your investment. So what we did in Ittihad ESCO, we implemented some financial methods where we invest, it's zero capex, zero opex on the client, and we get our repayment through the saving only.
Oh, amazing.
So
this is there's
no obligation on the client. That's how far we go to encourage clients to be more efficient.
But do you have requests today from all buildings, private sectors coming to you with this motivation to turn, really?
Of course, I mean, I'm thinking that's the majority of our business.
Amazing.
And we've reached great savings of numbers. And our major clients, Dubai Police, Dubai Municipality, Dubai Airport, RTA, all the major government entities.
And this is good to say. I mean, it's a message. If you have an old building that you need to rehabilitate, and we are here to do it, we are here to accompany you to do it, to do so. This is a very good message.
True.
Excellent. Mr. Mohammed, is digital transformation a challenge for you to help to make the building or the city sustainable?
Well, there are challenges and there are opportunities. You know, how we basically overcome the challenges that we have is we don't work alone. We always work with our partners. When we need to identify what do I mean by partners. Partners are technology service providers, regulators like governments, customers, businesses. So working with them makes our life easy to implement or deploy digital transformation services to, again, benefit the market, benefit the society, and achieve the goals and the objectives.
Yeah, at the beginning I thought you are competitor, but you are partners. So you are partners, because he mentioned at the beginning, who are your partners, Mr. Mohammed?
So our partners, again, as I said, technology service providers. Just to correct a point here, with technology service providers, sometimes we collaborate, sometimes we compete. You know, in Moro, we have diverse technology partners. We have technology from the east and from the west. And we work with everybody with an objective of achieving the objectives of our customers. So if the technology that the customer requires is available with Huawei as an example, we basically bring it and deploy it for the sake of making the customer happy and delight the customer. If the technology is with another partner, we bring it. So this is basically what we do. We make sure that the customer is happy by deploying digital transformation services that will benefit his requirement.
It's important for me with you also, Mr. Faisal, to understand the challenges. Are you facing, for example, resistance? People, they don't want to adhere to your solution. They are, for example, a little bit hard to implement, or they are also costly. What are the challenges that you are facing, and how do you overcome them?
I think around sustainability, the biggest challenge, what I see is, it's not only Huawei's challenge, it's the industry's challenges that whatever kind of solution we would plan or deploy, us as a technology company, or them as a customer or partners, or for their customers. These solutions will always be more of a combination of a lot of ecosystem partners, as Mr. Saeed said, that it is never one company who would go and give a complete solution to them or to their customers. So it will always be multiple partners working together in an ecosystem. And the biggest challenge sometimes is to bring them all together and make them all together. We also saw same thing, like we've been talking about smart cities. Like in smart cities, when IoT was being discussed, we all thought that IoT would come and just take over the whole world, but it is still happening. It didn't happen the way we thought, because the problem was not with the IoT as a technology. It's mature, it's there, everyone knows how to do IoT, but we still could not do it to every single home, to every single building. We are still not there yet. Because the bringing all the stakeholders together, making these solutions together is sometimes challenging. So that is the only thing I see. It's resistance from customers are not there.
Okay.
I think it's mainly the right ecosystem to work for the industry and make it happen and keep happening. It's not that, okay, 1 year everybody's enthusiastic about something, sustainability or smart city or AI, and after 2 years it dies down, there are no budgets, and there is no technology coming to support it, and everybody forgot about it. I think that's what I see will be a challenge.
Excellent.
Yeah.
How do you adhere in your constructions plans to have less footprint use in the constructions, to use specific material? Do you have it in your plans for the future projects?
Absolutely. It's not just in construction. With any of our partners, we compare the ESG score, how they rate themselves, what as an enterprise organization they are doing when it comes to sustainability and how to reduce the carbon footprint, right? It can be supplier in technology, it can be supplier in any of our building project constructions, it can be supplier for our procurement. It is, for me, it's a diverse area, and we need to make sure, and every individual in the organization, and as I said, it starts from the home, make sure that we have the right partners.
Yeah.
So from technology, when I evaluate my partner, now the sustainability goal is very important. So it's one of the selection criteria we put in our balance scorecard, not just about technology, not just about service, quality, price. Now the sustainable goals are very important. And recently we did an audit, kind of, it's called Sustainalytics audit. It's called ESG risk, and DAMAC scored the least. It's 18.3 is the score. The least is the score. That means the risk is very, very minimal when it comes to ESG. So the board, the family, the DAMAC family, we are very much into sustainability. So we do everything to make this planet green and reduce the carbon footprint.
You both made me think about smart and sustainable. Dr. Waleed and Mr. Mohammed, maybe you can help me with this. So, is sustainable city or building is smart, but a smart city doesn't mean it is sustainable? Is this correct or I'm wrong?
I think it goes hand in hand.
Okay.
Because we derive a lot of the solutions from the data that we get. You can have two identical buildings. The solutions that you implement on this building is different than this one because this building operates different than this.
Okay.
It depends how your footfall in the building is. What is the operation of this building differs from that. So the solutions that you implement, I mean, using the data and analyzing it and making sure, again, that you're not wasting any other energy.
Analyzing data is very, very important component. When you have it, when you read it, like a person who have a diet and he reads every day his calories, it's the same thing, I think, how much he reads. Data is very important. Mr. Mohammed, are we going into a goal that both are together? You cannot have sustainable or smart, like he said, Dr. Waleed, and it will become one. You cannot have any building with any product, with any construction, with any solution. It has to be smart and sustainable.
So as Dr. Waleed said, it goes hand in hand. Okay. And our objective as Moro, the objective why the company is created is, again, as I said at the beginning of the session, is to drive digital transformation initiatives in the country. Part of what we are offering is, enabling technology to make the buildings sustainable.
Yes.
And this is exactly what we're doing with the new headquarter of DIWA. And this is exactly what we have done also with our parent company, DIWA, when DIWA launched the Smart Alert service with an objective to create awareness using technology to the consumers in Dubai whenever there is, for example, water leakage and how they can save the water and the environment.
And interesting, your projects never stop, mashallah. I know, Dr. Waleed, that you have to go and sign an MOU. I will let you go after one question. In your point of view, what is the impact of technology on the real estate based on what we discussed now?
Working together is the most important thing. I mean, it's not just one solution. I cannot work without the technology. I cannot work without the energy efficiency contractors. I cannot work without awareness for the community and changing the behavior. That's where we complete our ultimate target for achieving the most sustainable city in the world.
Thank you so much, Dr. Waleed Al-Nuaimi, CEO of ETIHAD ESCO. You are excused. I know you have an MOU to sign in few minutes. Thank you very much. Please, an applause for Dr. Waleed. We will continue, of course. Thank you so much. You know, we will have like 5 minutes discussion more, or 7 minutes, and then we can open the floor to a Q&A if you want to ask our esteemed experts any questions. I will get back to you, Mr. Faisal. Yes, this one. Okay, thank you very much. So, how do you see the integration, smart home, Internet of Things, blockchain, AI are transforming the residential, the residential of the real estate?
I think now with the current scenario, earlier we would say that integration of all these technologies is a challenge, but now with cloud services, I think it's not, because if you have, for example, Moro is a cloud service provider. So whoever needs those services, they don't need to go into the details of how we would, what is the kind of IT, ICT infrastructure we need at the back end. One-stop shop. Okay, go to the cloud, get the right connectivity, and have the service rather than trying to reinvent the wheel. So I think the emergence of cloud has been a kind of a blessing for all of us technologically, that rather than deploying these services in a disintegrated way and then struggling with it, we now have cloud providers who can host these services and give us the kind of any kind of ICT infrastructure we need at the back end to run these services, number one. And also offer these services. So example, maybe tomorrow you can also have a smart campus or a sustainable campus as a service, where the customer or DAMAC or other customers, they don't need to maybe look at or subscribe to these kind of services. So I think appearance of emergence of cloud is one thing which has really helped it. And then of course now we live in a data-driven world. AI is racing like anything, going way ahead of where we want it to be. So I think all these things are working together for us.
They are.
And whilst we are talking about, like the earlier question was, is it smart or sustainable? Anything cannot be sustainable unless and until it's smart, unless and until it's rightly done. Correct. So it can never be sustainable. It cannot be consistently sustainable, because I don't use the word only sustainable.
Okay.
It has to be sustainable for a long term, consistently. It cannot be sustainable for 1 year and then start consuming more energy and more power, and again goes back to what we were doing, and again gets into a completely disintegrated environment. So we have the right technologies. I think it's just a matter of using them in the right way.
The right way. And those technologies are evolving at a very, very rapid pace.
Disruptive.
Very disruptive. Yeah. So I want to end with you with this question. What do you visualize the future of real estate? What do you see? I don't know, building in the skies? What do you see with all this technology? What do you see?
Okay, so first of all, to answer your question, digitalization is happening across the value chain. Okay, starting from the buying, and then I need to pay my down payments.
Yeah.
Then handover happens. Then whether I am a landlord, investor, or I am going as a tenant, then I will be living in the community, right? The community engagement. It's also digitalization is happening. and I'll call it as HaaS, it's Home Automation as a Service. It is also very important nowadays to make the living space more sustainable,
Yeah.
right? So the technology is evolving, the technology is used across all the value chain. We are using in product development, we are using in customer experience, we are using to get new customer acquisition, and also we are implementing in customer experience, the living. Maybe the tomorrow world, because my kid, I have 3 kids, 12, 11 and 9. Today they talk about sustainability. They want to live in a green community.
True.
So in 20 years down the line, they will be the potential buyer. Maybe they will buy in immersive. They won't buy the real estate. Maybe they'll go and buy property in an immersive experience or
Digital twin
metaverse.
of their house.
A digital twin of your luxury apartment could happen. But definitely the technology is evolving every day. And one call out for the audience is, when it comes to AI technology, you need to be very, very mindful, because a lot of people coming and selling AI will transform everything, but I strongly believe AI with the human intelligence, we can create wonders.
Of course. Mr. Mohammed, what is the future for you? Do you, because you are here, your solutions will be used in Europe, in Africa, in America. What do you plan for the future, and what is the impact of technology for the future on the real estate?
So for us, we believe that we will continue playing a very important role, being a digital transformation company and also a sustainable development cautious company. What we promise our clients, our partners, are that we are going to continue investing to improve the services that we are going to offer, or we're offering. We will continue expanding the ecosystems of partners that we have with an objective of bringing the latest emerging technologies to serve our customers better and better, to make our societies more smart, more sustainable. This is our commitment, and this is how we see Moro is going to be in the near future.
I will finish with you, because you have the technology, you have the R&D, you can see it more than I do. What is the future for the real estate with this rapid path of technology and innovation?
Actually, we are asked this question many times. So if I reply in technological terms, it becomes again very long discussion. So we summarize in 3 simple lines. One is, the future is everything is sensing. From your smartwatch to your mobile phone to whatever is to cameras, everything is sensing, everything is connected, and everything is intelligent. So this is the future. So AI, big data, smart, sustainable, everything works around it.
That's why I gave up my privacy a long time ago.
Yeah, that's where we are heading to now. Yeah.
That's how about on the real estate?
On the real estate now, second is that I think Francis mentioned that most important will be technologies will be just an enabler or a platform. It is not something that will drive them. It is something that will just part of them, whatever they're doing, from a home to community to business to purchasing and buying, everything. So I think the most important thing will be technology has become the ultimate enabler of their business, their communities, their citizen experience to their business success, everything.
And definitely developers who doesn't adhere into those new solutions, sustainable or technology or energy efficient, will maybe disappear as well in the future. Thank you very much. I want to open the floor to Q&A. If any one of you have question to our esteemed panelists, I would love to welcome them. Otherwise, we can finish this. Nobody. Okay. Apparently, your answers were very, very, very clear for everybody. Thank you so much, Mr. Francis Arul, Chief Information Officer in DAMAC Properties. Thank you very much. Mr. Mohammed Saeed bin Sulaiman, the CEO of Moro Hub. And thank you greatly, Mr. Faisal Ameer Malik, Chief Technical Officer of Huawei Enterprise Business Group, Middle East and Central Asia. Thank you very much for everyone. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
We'd like to thank our moderator and panelists for the panel. And we'd announce the winner in the raffle. We have Yasin Karam. Please proceed to the registration area to receive your award. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure you register at the registration area to enter the raffle draw. We'll start in 10 minutes at 2:20 with the next seminar. Thank you very much.
Abdul Rahman, take this one.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's all welcome Mr. Anas Mustafa, Senior VP at DAMAC, to address the session on sustainability practices in real estate development. Thank you.
I think I'm just waiting for more people to join. Okay, Assalamu alaikum. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Anas Mustafa. I'm representing the MAC Properties in this seminar. I bring 20 years of experience in the MEP field, and I've had the opportunity to lead the MEP projects across the DAMAC local and international portfolio. And that was for the past 14 years. I would like first to thank Dubai government and DIWA management for organizing this Wetex 2023. And I would like also to thank Mr. Hussein Sajwani, our founder, for supporting us to sponsor and be part of this event. We are here today to talk about sustainability practices in the real estate development. And before I delve into the sustainability practices, I would like to take you through an introductory video about DAMAC Properties.
Emerging from Dubai's desert sands is a transformational 4-decade-long business journey. We are the DAMAC Group of companies, spearheaded by DAMAC Properties. Today, our towers rise along with our reputation, and our portfolio grows along with our ambitions. We build unique levels of luxury every day, whether that's water-inspired Mediterranean living or family-inspired living, where we build thriving communities with every amenity a family could want. Our vision isn't bound by borders, with a presence that stretches across 15 cities around the world, from the Middle East to Miami, Toronto, the Maldives, and more. And whether ensuring the smooth and seamless day-to-day operations across 109 projects, or building and operating digital infrastructure in underdeveloped markets, know that you are always at the center. Whether you're staying in one of our 9 hotel properties or 6,000 serviced apartments, DAMAC Properties builds for your today and tomorrow. And we want to give back to the communities we serve, because enriching lives and assisting society is not only our passion, it's our social duty. We're proud of how much we've grown, and we look forward to all our future partnerships, to the glitz and glamour, and to inspiring the world, now and in the future. DAMAC, live the luxury.
Thank you very much. As you can realize, the size of our portfolio, I'm really proud and confident to say we are the largest private real estate developer in the region. I would like also to take you through some sustainability measures that we apply across our projects. And I would like to start with our latest master community, the DAMAC Lagoons. DAMAC Lagoons is our master community that is located across the intersection of Sheikh Zayed bin Hamdan and Hassa Streets. It comprises 9,000 plus villas, along with massive water bodies and amenities. We are proud it will be the first master plan community to receive the Golden LEED certificate. And I would like also to take you through some sustainability measures that we have applied across our villas and on the master community level. So for villas, we are providing photovoltaic power generation system. We use PV panels to generate clean energy and to act as canopies over AC machine units, and that ensure that these units run efficiently. We also specify efficient AC machines with inverter technology to reduce electricity consumption through modular control. We use also solar water heaters to produce hot water for our villas, and we orient them in a way to reduce dependency on electricity backup supply. We specify VFD water pumps for our villas, and we select efficient light fittings and water fixture to reduce consumption. We provide home automation system across our villas to enable our customers control various services efficiently. On the master community level, we have applied the following strategies. We are providing EV chargers at selected places. We provide solar street lighting. We have rainwater collection system that can be used for irrigation operations. And we are providing smart irrigation systems. And I'm always like to talk about smart irrigation systems that differentiate from the old conventional irrigation system. For a conventional irrigation system, all the plants on the line will take the same amount of water. However, with such addressable system, we can provide a quantified and dedicated quantity of water to each plant. When we move to talk about sustainability in our buildings and high-rise towers, definitely things get in a different direction due to the complication of these projects. So in our towers, we apply the following measures. First, we start with efficient chilled water system that allows us to maximize the utilization of chilled water that is supplied by the district cooling providers. This can be achieved via several techniques, starting from a proper selection of FCUs, valve packages, toward proper design for hydronic chilled water network, then toward a proper selection of chilled water pumps operated by advanced control system and BMS system. And then one of the most important points is a proper calculation of diversified cooling capacities. We implement advanced building management systems to monitor and control various MEP equipments efficiently. We are enhancing, and this is one of the most important points, we are enhancing our BTU metering strategy because we would always recommend that our customers be careful about their consumptions. We implement advanced lighting control system that maximizes the use of occupancy sensors and photocells for external lighting. We supply kitchen appliances that meet energy efficiency labels set out by the Ministry of Industry and Advanced Technology. We provide fresh air handling units with double heat wheels recovery and also implement condensated rain collection system that can be used for irrigation operations. One of the most important points also is that we design MEP systems in a way to keep all equipments easily accessible for easier maintenance. We ensure that all AC ducts are properly controlled in terms of quality to avoid future leakage of air. All of these measures allows us to save up to 25% of the consumption. And let me also take you through a short video that present a few sustainability measures across our properties. Finally, I would like to present the advantages for having sustainable properties. So first of all, we aim at reducing operational cost, reducing resources consumption, enhancing property value and materials, keeping in mind that our customers are now very well educated and they have a big tendency towards sustainable units. We are also contributing to more sustainable and resilient community lowering carbon footprints, and we are also aiming at meeting regulatory guidelines and consumer demands. Thank you very much for listening, and I'm open for 1 or 2 questions if somebody would like to ask. Thank you very much. Yeah, somebody's there, please.
Hi, thanks for that. I'm very new to this space, so I was just wondering about dust, because dust is obviously a major issue or sort of...
Can you come again, please?
So dust, the problem arising with the excess dust that might cover the solar panels, how do you deal with that?
Normally, these photovoltaic panels requires proper cleaning.
Yeah.
But we are trying to specify PV panels that comes with smooth surfaces that doesn't allow a rapid accumulation of dust.
Okay. All right. Thanks for that.
Any other questions? Thank you very much. Thank you very much for attending this seminar. Thank you.
Announcing the winner in the raffle draw, we have Al-Nuaimi-ETIHAD. Please go to the registration area to receive your reward. Ladies and gentlemen, make sure you register at the registration area to enter the raffle draw. Thank you. Tipis, the Senior Account Manager of FlashNet, to address the session on interoperability, the pillar of smart cities. Welcome.
Hello, everybody. Oh, that looks good. Is there anybody here who speaks Romanian? So I cannot speak Arabic, so we'll do it in English, okay? Thank you. So as many of my predecessors today talk about sustainability, I will approach the same subject, but from a different angle. We are still at the break of dawn of industries that will change the lives of so many citizens. And at the moment, things happen fast, they change fast. It's a time of A/B testing. But the one thing is sure, interoperability is a must. And I will explain a little bit through my presentation what I mean about that. So my presentation will be focused on the importance of interoperability and the advantages it brings to municipalities and clients that will embrace this value. I'm coming from a company based in Romania. The company was founded in 2005, and since then, FlashNet started as an integrator of modern communication solutions with existing infrastructure by combining several technologies, back then Wi-Fi, WiMAX, PLC. And the company's vision back then was to create the first digital cities of Eastern Europe. Today, FlashNet produces its own open protocol and hardware and software for smart street and lighting control using Internet of Things concepts and the latest communication technologies like LoRaWAN, NB-IoT, LTM. As I've noticed, LoRaWAN is quite developed here in Dubai. FlashNet is part of, guys? Hey. It's not, okay, it started. So FlashNet is part of a bigger group. It's a company that has a history of more than 200 years. And as you can see from their mission, their purpose is also to advance to a transition to a carbon-free world. So we're quite happy to be part of this group. Now, talking about urban challenges, we can think of the past as environmental concerns gathered in the recent years. We can look at the present as the budget constraints, and when we're talking about people expectation, and people expect more every day, we can see at the future. As humans being throughout the history interacted with one another, at the beginning being afraid of one another, then gathered in tribes and created bigger societies, the same can be transferred to things, to IoT things that, in my opinion, would need to communicate between themselves and interact for a greater purpose. Hopefully I'm not going too fast through the presentation. Of course, I can speak a lot slower, or I can speak a lot on this subject. Don't worry about that. So, smart cities today. There is a lot to talk about smart cities. And this is why it's so hard to tell if there are any cities today in the world that can be considered real smart cities. What we know for sure is that smart initiatives supporting the idea of a smart cities are happening around the world. Middle East being one of the areas where these technologies are adopted in a high number. So what makes a city smart? Well, looking at a, let's say, pseudo definition, we can say that a smart city is a place where traditional networks and services are made more efficient with the use of digital solutions for the benefits of inhabitants, citizens, and businesses alike. Everything needs to be intertwined between these systems so that they can share information. So what do smart cities have in common? My goal would be to say that the control. When we install new devices and when we use devices, we think of controlling, first of all. But those devices have also the capability to gather information. And what we do with that information, the analysis that we are doing, are the most important part. So, how to avoid a locked-in city? We need devices that talk to each other. A city shaped by a long-term vision will want to encourage the interaction between devices. In this case, an open communication protocol would be a benefit, and it will empower the city with limited future smart application. It will also reduce the costs in the future, because maybe one city decides today to buy devices from vendor A. Next year they realize that they didn't make the best decision and they will try to change it for another vendor. Here comes the purpose of this presentation. If we, from the beginning, think of devices and choose devices that are interoperable, that will communicate between themselves, even if they are produced by different vendors, and they can be controlled with the same or a different, but one system that can control them all, then we will reduce integration costs, resources, human effort. So now, to connect the dots, at the beginning, remember that I asked you if there are any Romanians in the room. The purpose for that question was actually for you to understand what I'm talking about in this slide. I'm referring to two international standards. They are called TOLC Consortium, and UCFI, and I will use two examples to make you understand what they do. So, if I would have come up here and spoke in Romanian, you would see only images, but you maybe would have a difficult time to understand my presentation. As many of you speak Arabic, it would have been very difficult for me to understand your side. So we do have a common language to make us understand. This is what TOLC and UCFI does. They created an international standard for IoT devices to communicate between themselves and to understand each other. Another example, if that wasn't enough, it's a simple bottle opener. I can use this one in China, I can use it in America, I can use it anywhere, and I can open a bottle of water, a juice. It's an international standard. So for that reason, bear in mind that it's important for the future to have common standards. That doesn't bring limitation to the capabilities of what developers can offer, because also these standards adapt in time. So now, getting from street lighting, which is wide and present in every city, to smart lighting, and from there moving forward to smart cities. Actually, what makes street lighting a fantastic infrastructure for smart city development? I like to say, and very often I used to say, that the street lighting infrastructure is just like a nervous system for a city. You have it everywhere, so there is availability. It's omnipresence. It can be multi-purpose. It can be used for various purposes, and it provides a continuous power supply. So the street lighting infrastructure, together with the controlling of the street lighting, we do move forward in the direction of smart cities, and I would say that this is one of the first steps for a city to become smart. What are the benefits? The immediate benefits for controlling the street lighting would be the reduction in the consumption of energy. So you would have some energy savings. An additional value is brought by the optimization of maintenance, because you will know, as I was saying a few slides back, you will know where the problems are, and you will send the teams directly there. They don't need to run around the city just to check if everything's okay. The system will give you that information. So the operational cost is another reduction. But the most important part is that it's the foundation for smart cities. I will add only that the typical energy reduction is done between 20 and 40%. Here it's written 10 to 20 as a certain thing, but it depends on each city manager how aggressively he would like to dim the lights during the night. And just because I'm here and maybe some of you do not know how this works, I will give you a short presentation of the architecture, of the system architecture. We do have individual controllers that can be installed on each lamp, and it will control individually each lamp. We can go for a cabinet controller that will control a group of lamps, one street at all. They can work together, but they can also work independently, so they're not mandatory to have them both. From this, from the information that they gather, we do use a private or public communication infrastructure to send the data either to our own CMS software, central management software, or to other smart city platforms that we are integrated with, or through API directly to the end customer's software. What you see here, and for this presentation, the most important part is that area, because that goes for interoperability. We produce some devices, they are produced in Romania, but they can work with Cisco Kinetic platforms, with Nokia Ericsson Accelerator. So they are already prepared, ready to be used with additional devices. Mentioning earlier about talk, I can say that we are compatible on two directions. So northbound, meaning that we can integrate with other software platforms, as mentioned in the previous slide. But in the same time, our devices are able to use and to be controlled with other other software platforms. So there's also northbound and southbound interconnectivity. To make it much easier for you to understand, please think that maybe one client will like to use our software, but he doesn't like our products, the physical products, and he will buy products from someone else that is already talk compliant. On the other hand, maybe someone really, really likes our hardware, but is not familiar with the CMS platform, and he wants to use it from a different vendor. Now, you will see how important street lighting is for a smart city. On a pole, you can have EV charging, traffic monitoring, CCTV cameras, maybe some video camera-based parking sensing, air quality sensors, temperature, and they can be attached to poles. This is how some company created smart poles. The pole is omnipresent, we have the grid, we have the energy. Now we will use the communication that can be various type of communication to gather the data from those nodes and send it to, in my case, our FlashNet connectivity platform, to different softwares. So this is actually one of the architectures at a higher level than the one presented previously that will give you an idea of how important communication between devices is. And I will give you some examples that we did in Brasov, my hometown. Just for your information, it's about 30 kilometers away from Dracula's castle. It's very nice to visit. So, using the poles, we attached EV charging stations, and by keeping the grid active also during the day, we are able to power up and charge electrical cars. We do have some environmental sensors. We do have security, so panic buttons throughout the city. They are attached to the poles. I'll keep this slide a little bit longer so that people can take a picture of it. That's great. And something that many city managers like, it's the adaptive lighting. This needs to be done with different sensors. So we're not a company that produces motion-based sensors. We're not a company that produces air quality sensors. But because from the beginning we went for a software that is open standard and it's already interoperable and TALC certified or USIFI certified, we are able to add all these sensors in a matter of minutes. So it's a very seamless integration. We do have strong worldwide partnership and implementations. We already have more than 1 million streetlights controlled on the various cities over the world. And I will just mention a few. Here, the most important one for my example is Brussels. Municipality of Brussels opened up a tender about 4 years ago. And from the beginning, they said they want to have 3 winners, 3 companies with 3 vendors, so 3 vendors using this to be controlled with the same software. The software was not from any of those 3 companies. It was an interesting approach back then, but it proved very, very good for Brussels because, as you might know, last year there was the situation with semiconductor crisis, and some of those vendors couldn't deliver. So Brussels just said, who out of you 2 can overcompensate the lack of supply? And it was from another vendor. And as I was saying, none of these controllers use their own software. They are controlled with another company that doesn't produce hardware. They are street lighting platform, they do software for smart cities, but those are also certified international, and it was very easy for all these 4 companies to work together. Here nearby, we do have an implementation in Mecca. We do have also in Riyadh. Back then, it's like since 2013. Back then, we were using an older communication technology called PLC, abbreviation for power line communication. But nowadays, things evolve very quickly in the kingdom. And what I am accustomed with Saudis is that they ask for a lot, they expect a lot, and they expect it very fast. So we are able to provide and hopefully to give good solutions for the kingdom. We worked on the Dubai Water Canal. It was a small project more than 6 years ago, if I recall correctly. We do have again an example where in Abu Dhabi, 10 smart city services needed to be tested in pilots on the same area. So again, we are talking about interoperability. So I'm very close to the end of my presentation. As integration initiates synergies, I can say that humans create synergies. I invite you all to a better or more in-depth discussion. We are present, me and the Lucy team, in Arena 2. So happily, we can move discussion also there. So even though I didn't talk about water pumps, I didn't talk about solar, hopefully you found my presentation interesting, especially because in the future, those water pumps might need interoperability with other systems. Solar, definitely. So hopefully you will take a good example from my presentation and consider that interoperability is a must, as I started from the beginning. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dinotipis. We will start the next session at 3:40 p.m. Bear with us for the raffle winner, and please make sure you register for the next session, next seminar, to enter the raffle draw. For the raffle winner, we have Ahmed Ayoub. Please go to the registration area to receive your reward. Thank you. the raffle draw, which will take place after this seminar. Now, let's all welcome Mr. Khalif Al-Bidwawi from DIWA, who will now highlight more on the Hatta pumped storage hydro plant. Welcome, Mr. Khalifa.
Assalamu alaikum. I am Khalif Al-Bidwawi from the project management team from DIWA. So today, inshallah, we'll explain about the pump storage hydro plant and the strategy about this project. So, as we know, Dubai have ambitious plan to be, inshallah, in 2050 having all the energy production from clean resources. And to reach to this target, we have another. Could you check that? Yes. So there is a lot of strategic initiative projects implemented in DIWA, and one of them is Mohammed bin Rashid Solar Park, which is planned to be 5,000 megawatt. And on the way to reach these projects and go more renewable energy resources, please just to check this. Okay. Sorry. So to reach to the renewable energy resources and to be more grid stable, it's essential to have a storage solution. And if we check for all the storage solution available and mature in the market, pump storage hydro plant, it's one of the mature technology we can use in the grid scale compared to the other technologies like lithium ion and flywheel. And to implement this project, pump storage hydro plants, then you need places where you have different elevations. For that region, we select Hatta to implement this project. Whereas the mountain will have the difference in elevation and able to achieve this project. The project will be first of its kind in the GCC region with the total invest about 1.4 billion dirham. The total capacity of the plant will be 1,500 megawatt hour with the total generation capacity 250 megawatt for 6 hours. The lifespan of the project is long, it's reaching 80 years. And the full efficiency cycle about 78.9%. This project in progress under construction. It's reached already now 80%, and inshallah will be started production in early 2025. The project's the main components of the project. We have the main dam or the lower reservoir we call it, and we have the upper dam. The lower dam, it's already existing there. It's in Hatta Dam. It's a famous one there. It's a big tourist attraction. And the upper reservoir, the upper dam, it's already constructed. And there will be one water tunnel between them. It will connect the two dams. It's about 1.2 kilometers. The difference between the heights, the elevation between the two dams will be about 150 meters. So if we're going to discuss about the operation and the concept of this project, as we said, it will be like a battery solution. It's a giant battery. So if you want, we have two cycles for this one, charge and discharge. If you want to charging this battery, so actually from Mohammed bin Rashid Solar Park, the surplus energy from the solar, it will feed this turbine and it will work as a pump. The same turbine will work as a pump and will take amount from the water from lower reservoir and will take it to the upper reservoir through the tunnel, and will be saved there as a potential energy. And during the nights or the need of the energy, the water it will flow through the water tunnel and will convert to the kinetic energy, spinning the turbines and generate electricity within 90 seconds. Let's go about the construction of these projects. To not affecting the lake of Hatta Dam, we built a cover dam, temporary dam, and we drain all this area. And we make a big structure, it's called the powerhouse shaft. This is the one what we see it here. And inside this one, it will be the turbine. The length of this one, it's about 60 meters, and the diameter about 36 meters. What we are seeing there, that's what we call the spiral case for the turbine, the heart of the turbine. After we finish this one, we put it embedded in the concrete. And inside this one, it will be the runner, which is the main part of the components of the turbine. On this side, we're seeing the two pipes which would connect the bifurcator and with the water tunnel. After that, after finishing the powerhouse shaft and construction powerhouse shaft and the intake, we backfilled again all the area. So the results, it's being like this now. So what we've seen here, the lower intake and the building. And what we observed also, they were taking special care about the structural look for the operation building or the service building to be homogeneous with the mountains. And if we talk a little also about the water tunnel, it's, as we said, it's 1.2 kilometer with diameter 7 meter approximately. And part of it, about 960 meter from the concrete lining, what we see in the picture here. And the remaining will be steel lining. And to excavate this tunnel, we'll use controlled plastic technology. On the other side, the remaining part of the tunnel, we used the steel lining. And to implement this one and send it inside the tunnel, and full assembly of that one, it should be outside. So thank you for attending for these sessions. I hope you get, inshallah, useful information about the projects. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Khalif Al-Badwawi. We will announce the raffle winner shortly. Please make sure you register for the next seminar to enter the raffle draw. Thank you very much. Make sure you register at the registration area to enter the raffle draw that we have after each seminar. Now, let's all welcome Mr. Debraj Mana, the Senior General Manager at TAMCO, to address the session about modular and future-ready medium voltage hybrid SF6 switchgears. Let's all welcome Mr. Debraj. Welcome to the stage.
Thank you. So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I'm Devraj, representing TAMCO Switchgear. So today I'm going to talk about the role of hybrid switchgear towards the sustainability. So before I start, just a quick introduction for myself. I'm having almost 27 years of experience in the field of switchgear, mainly in the design and development area. So I started my career with GC Alstom, then moved to Areva, then Schneider Electric, ABB, and now with TAMCO for last 6.5 years. I'm heading the design and project department in TAMCO Switchgear Malaysia. Okay, so to start with now, the sustainability. So today, the sustainability is a tag word for today's industry, because we are all talking about that. Sustainability means I'm talking about mainly the climate change. That means the global warming. So everybody is working towards reducing the carbon footprint and reducing that global warming adverse effect on the climate. And all the industries are working towards that. And obviously switchgear is also no exception for this. So let's see what is the role of switchgear in the sustainability journey. So quickly I'll go through with the history of the switchgear. Mostly you know that switchgear started with the somewhere in the 90s. It started with the bulk oil circuit breaker, then minimum oil circuit breaker, then air circuit breaker, then come gas insulated circuit breaker, and followed by the vacuum technology. So this is the kind of brief history of switchgear. So, but today's world, we are more towards the gas insulated switchgear. Yes, air insulated switchgears are there, but popularity is wise, or it's moving towards the gas insulated switchgear. There are few reasons for that, mainly 3 reasons. What are the reasons? The first one is compactness. The gas insulated switchgear is definitely much more compact compared to the AIS. Second is the reliability, because it is much more reliable because it is sealed. And the third one is the insensitivity to the environment. Because it is a sealed unit, so therefore the adverse effect of the climate, like moisture, humidity, then impurities, so all these things, it is free of that. So that means the performance is much better compared to any air insulated switchgear, and that is why industry is moving towards the gas insulated switchgear. But when we are talking about the gas insulated switchgear, why it is compact? The main reason, mostly you know who are in the switchgear industry, that we are using SF6, that is sulfur hexafluoride, as an insulation medium as well as the arcing medium. So GIS is now a major component of the power network all over the world. That is I already explained. And SF6 is the main reason because of its compactness, because its dielectric capacity, withstand capacity, is almost 3 times more than the air. So that is why the gas insulated switchgear is much more compact. So, but with this SF6, there are some, I'll not say it is a harmful, but there are some adverse effects. What is those effects? The first one is definitely SF6 is a global, that is greenhouse gas, and its GWP means global warming potential, that value is 23,000 approximately. That means it is 23,000 more potent in terms of adverse effect of the greenhouse adverse effect compared to the carbon dioxide. So that is one of the biggest problem for the SF6. Second is the toxic byproduct. In general, SF6 is non-toxic. Pure SF6 is non-toxic and not directly harmful for the human. But when there is an arcing happen inside, So there are some toxic byproducts are generated, like sulfur dioxide, hydrogen fluoride, and those are really harmful for the human. Like it gives the irritation of the eyes, throat infection, then breathing problems. So those kind of problems are there with the SF6. Third one is handling at the, either in the, obviously in the factory and sometimes in the site. So that is another cumbersome process. And fourth, which is the uncertainty of end-of-life disposable. Because whenever AIS we can dispose very easily, but GIS is not so easy to dispose because you have to take care of all these factors of how you release SF6 in the environment. So that is why it has to be we have to be careful about the handling of the GIS as well as the end-of-life disposition. So these are the problems with the SF6. But still we are saying that SF6 is becoming popular. And it is inevitable. Why? There is another reason for that. Because continuous government support. Now what is we are doing? We are going towards the renewable energy. Because as I told, the sustainability means reducing the carbon footprint. That means we have to get rid of as much as possible from the fossil fuel. So that is why we are, all the energy sector, they are moving more towards the renewable energy segments like wind, solar, those kind of areas. And when these kind of renewable sectors are there, the concept of microgrid coming. And when there is a microgrid of concept of microgrids, definitely there are more number of switch gears is needed compared to your conventional power system generation. That is more compared to that, the microgrid needs more switch gear. Every stage it needs switch gear, and it needs compact switch gear. And another thing is most of these solar or wind farms are in a remote place. Remote place means there are some unmanned substations are there. You cannot really do the maintenance. So you need another maintenance-free switchgear. And that also the answer is GIS, gas insulated switchgear. So compact, no maintenance switchgear. So GIS is obviously the answer. So we cannot avoid use of GIS. Now I'll just show few of the examples where TAMCO GIS is already supplied in this kind of renewable sectors. One is definitely this is a 33 kV GIS installation in the solar farm. You can see a small containerized substation. Under that the switchgear is there. So this is a space constraint over there, but still GIS fits inside that. Another example is a pole of the windmill. So it is very compact area. But there also, we can use the GIS like this way. And this is a kind of GIS which is very unique. It is a in and out. That means power goes from one side and comes out from the other side. It is a standalone switchgear. It is not a switchboard. You cannot fit a switchboard inside a wind turbine, that on pole of the wind turbine. So that is why. So these are the examples how the GIS is become popular in the sustainable energy segments like or renewable energy segments. So that means it is obvious that we have to move towards the GIS. We have to use of gas insulated switchgear and some gas inside. I'm not talking about SF6, but there is a problem with the SF6. So what we will do now? So we need switchgear, we need renewable energy segments. At the same time, we have to get rid of SF6. So this is a big question mark here. So therefore, there are now many players who are mainly the technology leader in the switchgear industry. What they are doing, they are coming up with alternate to the SF6. And I'll just talk about few of the popular solution, what is now discovered so far, and it is in the field trial also. So first one is the CO2 and O2 gas mixture. It is a combination of say 90% carbon dioxide and 10% oxygen. It has a global warming potential value is 1. That means it is same as carbon, so that is good from this greenhouse effect point of view. But it has got another problem, the low dielectric and arc quenching capability compared to the SF6. So this is one of the proposal, but it is not so popular as of now. Second one is fluoronitrile and fluoroketone, this gas mixture. This is a new technology or new kind of molecules has been developed by 3M. This is the manufacturer, and it has to be mixed with different gases. Now I'll just quickly talk about little bit details on this. This fluoronitrile is actually, this molecular formula is C4, F7, and N. That is, the nitrogen is there. That is why it is called fluoronitrile. And fluoroketone, that is C5, F10, and O. Here the oxygen is there. So both this gas has a very good dielectric capability with respect to SF6, but they cannot be used standalone because of their cost and some other criteria. So what we have to do it? We have to mix with nitrogen or carbon dioxide and oxygen mixture. For example, 10% of this fluoronitrile and 90% of nitrogen, or 10% of this fluoroketone and 90% of the nitrogen. So this is the mixture is used inside the switchgear, and mainly this is used for the insulation purpose. So this is another solution is on the market today. And the third one, which looks to be the more promising, mainly for the medium voltage switchgear industry. This is clean air with vacuum interrupter. So the advantage, because many of the big players are coming up with this solution, and it is under field trial in many places. So the clean air means it is actually air with the moisture free, as well as there is no impurities in this air. And this clean air used for the insulation purpose, not for the switching purpose. Switching purpose, we have to use the vacuum interrupter. This photo you can see here, there is for disconnection purpose, there is a vacuum interrupter, and there are pallets, mobile contacts, then busbar side. This is just, there is an arcing contact, then the vacuum interrupter. This technology is generally used by many big players. I'm not taking the names, but big players are using it. And the advantage, obviously, it is, since it is air, the GWV value is less than 1. And dielectric potential wise, it is not as good as SF6, but a little bit near to that. So I have one comparison for this. So you can see this is the comparison. Maybe the left column is showing the SF6, if we consider SF6 as 1 in terms of dielectric potential. Then right side, the second one is this fluoronitrile gas mixture, which is 90% in terms of that dielectric capacity of the SF6. Then fluoroketone, this is around 70%. Clean air is around 45%. And carbon dioxide gas mixture is around 40%. So this is how the dielectric property goes. So when we are talking about the alternative of the SF6, mainly 3 criteria we have to think of. First is the dielectric capacity, because that is the main thing what we are talking about. Second is GWP value. And third one is the ambient working temperature. So here the problem is, for this fluoronitrile, the ambient working temperature is good, because as low it is possible, it is better. So minus 25 degree is the working temperature of this fluoronitrile solution. For fluoroketone, it is minus 5. So that is why people are moving from fluoroketone to the fluoronitrile. For pure air, it is very good. Pure air, it is minus 30 degree or can be minus 40 degree because it is just air. CO2 gas mixture also, it is in the range of minus 5, minus 10 in that way. So that is why, in terms of that, why this comparison shows why the clean air looks to be a most promising one, but only the advantage or disadvantage, whatever you call it, it needs a vacuum interruption. Okay, so these are the available solution in the market today, but it is a technology. I'll not say solution, it's this technology is just emerging one. So all said and done, so what we'll do now? So does this mean that tomorrow onwards all switchgear, gas insulated switchgear is getting replaced by all this new SF6 free? Answer is maybe no. It will take time. So it is inevitable, but it will be slow process, because there are multiple challenges are there. A few I'll highlight. The first one is definitely the cost. Because of this new technology, to be economic, it will take some time. It is same like a concept of a solar vehicle versus your conventional vehicle. So there is solar vehicles available today, but those are expensive. not everybody is able to afford it. So similarly, that the first one is the cost one. Second criteria is limited availability. Not all the switchgear manufacturers started developing it because there are very limited big players. They are only coming up with the technology, and those are also still emerging. So that is why the availability is not that much wide. Third is the transition strategy. The users, they are also a bit confused. So which one to choose and how we'll navigate. That means how the transition will happen with today's technology, what is available, how we'll phase out. So all these things are still, there is some confusion, some doubts are there. And the last one is the field trial experience, because all the technologies, maybe 2 years, 3 years, it is in the field right now. So we don't know after 20 years, 30 years, how the behavior will be. So these are few challenges. Obviously will come, the technology is growing, and definitely there will be solution to all these problems. But till then, maybe it is another 10 years, 15 years down the line, it will be fully matured. So till then, what we'll do? So here comes our proposal, or our thought process. So thus hybrid switchgear provides a midway path. That means it is, again, if you compare with the automobile technology, pure electrical versus hybrid vehicle versus the conventional fossil fuel vehicle. So go with the hybrid. Today also, most of the buyers prefer hybrid switchgear with respect to the complete electrical vehicle. So what is hybrid switchgear? Now we can just touch on. TAMCO is having both conventional GIS as well as the hybrid GIS. So what is the concept of hybrid GIS? Just I'll quickly touch upon here. So it is a combination of actually AIS and air insulated CH gear and the gas insulated switchgear. So hybrid approaches require minimal consumption of the SF6. So what we are doing, it is not completely SF6 free. What we are doing, we are just reducing the volume of the SM6 almost by 40 to 50%. And that way, at least still we can do the benefit to the climate. That means reducing the SF6 consumption. Definitely it is going to help. It may not be completely zero, but it is going to help. This is just this photo is this cross-section view of the TAMCO's hybrid GS. So what are the advantages of hybrid GS? The first thing, obviously, to reduce that SF6 consumption, what we have to do, we have to go for the solid insulation. And this solid insulation means it is a embedded, that means a rubberized item with the screen bus bar. So that will give, and it is inside the air. It is not inside the SF6. So that is, so only the, where the SF6 portion, that means it will be only for that, that gas portion you can see, and there are two segments of the air. The busbar side is in the air, cable side is in the air, only the VCB and the disconnector. This is inside the SF6 chamber, and thereby we can reduce almost 40 to 50%. So then all live contacts in SF6, that means the actual advantage of GIS, that means the insensitivity to the environment, or so that is already we are achieving through this. So solid insulation versus this one, this is the second advantage. Instrument transformer, current transformers and voltage transformers, everything is inside the air area. That means easy to maintain, easy to replace. So those are the advantages there. Factory pre-assembled and tested, so nothing to do with the site. It is just everything assembled, comes, and then you fit and forget kind of thing. And sustainability, modularization, and the space saving. So these are all the advantages of the gas insulated switchgear, which you can get in this hybrid switchgear. At the same time, you get much more compact. And this the skeleton diagram, which the sectional diagram will say a representation of how much gas we can save. The left side is the conventional GIS for TAMCO, and the right one is the hybrid GIS for the TAMCO. So you can see the content of the gas balloon is almost 40 to 50% less. So with this, it is our suggestion, and the conclusion is like, till the technology of this SF6 free is going to be mature further, it will take some time. During this phase, we can continue, we can come out of that conventional GIS and more push towards the hybrid GIS, because that is compact with all the, it is less, first is the SF6 free, less greenhouse effect, and you will get all the advantages of the GIS. So that's it from my side. And this is just a bibliography. I take references from multiple places. And that's it. And if you have any question, you can ask me now. Okay. So, okay. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Debraj Mana, for this insightful seminar. Now I will announce the name of the raffle winner. We have Zaid Shamsi. Please receive your raffle from your award from the registration area. We will start our next seminar shortly at 5 p.m. Ladies and gentlemen, please make sure you register at the registration area to enter the raffle draw. Thank you very much. gentlemen, let's all welcome Mr. Dioun Jubair from Schweitzer Engineering Laboratories. He's the Regional Technical Manager, and he will now highlight more on the SEL Middle East. Welcome, Mr. Dioun.
Hi, good afternoon. Can everybody hear me clearly? My name is Dioun Jubair, as the lady mentioned, and I'm going to talk about digital solutions for digital substations, specifically around digital secondary solutions where it relates to power system protection relays and the communication related to that equipment. So some of the discussion points that we will highlight is we will just show the conventional system versus digital secondary systems, and then we'll talk about the IEC 61850 9-2 sampled values, and then two other solutions, that ACL time domain link, that was a new invention that ACL started doing, and then also look at just IEDs in the yard. I know we have a short time, so this is just going to be touching on the concepts. All right, let's look at the conventional systems as well, and why do we want to use digital secondary systems? It allows for easier substation construction. You know, we're minimizing control cables, we moving potential hazards, like the rise of voltage from electrical cables into a substation on long distances. We remove that, and we make it easier for integration of the signals, because we're getting all these signals now in a software format where we can easily assign the remote data acquisition that we're getting from these signals. Using 61850 and digital systems as well allows us to easily configure signals between devices, where in the past, in the conventional way, we had to have a cable with lots of cores that we had to pull in between control panels and the HV yard and control panels. And it just also speeds up installation time, because many of these signals and data acquisition analogs and signals we can test in a factory acceptance test, and when you roll it out to the substation, it is just much quicker and much faster to commission the substation and get the system online. So conventional substations, as you know, uses copper wiring, and you know this pointer not so bright, but you can see here, I mean, in a typical cable trench of a distribution or a transmission station, these are hundreds and hundreds of meters of cables. And if it's a big transmission station, you know, this equates to kilometers of copper cables that we will now simply replace with something like a tube with a couple of fiber optic cables in there. So typically, when we look at this, then this is what we will start looking at, is to get a merging unit publisher that will send details in the sense of analog values, voltages, currents, as well as digital signals up to the control room. And here's an example of, as you can see, of something that's been retrofitted in a large transmission station, where we now just run fiber optic cables between the yard and the control room, and there's literally a few copper cables that exist between the equipment, like the current transformers, voltage transformers, circuit breakers, to the junction box that's locally in the yard. So there's less costs, it's easier to maintain. Also wiring errors with all the cables and the cores that you have to identify and match, you reduce all of that. And then of course you have better monitoring, because with the fiber optics communication, you can now see that all the signals and the quality of the signals are there, compared to where you have a switched copper network, which you have to basically test by switching that contact. All right. Something about digital secondary systems, when we look at the networks, the communication of networks, this also has to be protection class. So you guys know if we use Goose protocol and we send a digital signal across a network, typically the relay sends a Goose signal every 4 milliseconds, but it does it 4 times according to what the standard requires from us, to do it 4 times, and thereafter it goes into a 1-second transmission, you know, which we call the time to live, basically. And if you look at that, and oops, let me just go back. If we look at that, and you have a typical switch that takes, you know, if you look at a switch reconfiguring the RSTP, if you break a link, there's many switches out that takes 50 to 100 milliseconds to reconfigure the root bridge and establish the communication again. Now, if you, after 16 milliseconds, you already stop your broadcast, your rapid broadcast of Goose, then you're going into that 1-second time period to send a trip signal or an interlock or something. That's very undesirable in the protection environment, especially if we look at OT, which is our operational technology. So this is what we would like to look at, anything below that 16 milliseconds, so you can catch that, that signal being sent. And if you really start looking at technology like software-defined networks, where the hardware is software-defined, using a flow controller, those software-defined networks can switch to an alternative path in less than a millisecond. So now, if I switch and I switch here in 1 millisecond to my alternative path, I can catch the 4, 8, 12, and 16 retransmission of that Goose message. That's what we want. If we want to start working in the digital environment where we are using Ethernet, fiber optic digital communications, we want rapid networks as well. So our networks for digital secondary solutions should be protection class, similar to what we expect from a protection IED, to be at that level of performance. All right, so if we typically look at a 9-2 61850 solution, sampled values, we will have merging units here at the bottom that will pick up all of our equipment data, our analog signals, our digital signals from the equipment in the yard, and we will have to push that through a process bus, all right, which is the red indicated network. But that network also needs to have a couple of things. It needs proper time synchronization, because we're sending, you know, 4 kilohertz or 4.8 kilohertz of sampling at 60 hertz. We're sending a lot of data, and if we look at that size of substation we looked at earlier, you can imagine how much data is being processed through that process bus, and it all has to be time aligned, because I need to send that data to a differential relay of a transformer or a bus differential, and I need to have my vectors aligned so that if I do the calculation that I get the correct resultants out of those. So the process bus is quite a high intensive engineering, because you need to have a lot of switches, fast switches that will transmit the data and don't have delays in it. You need to engineer the MAC addresses, IP addresses accordingly. And then on top of that, we will have the station LAN. And this is where we will typically run our traditional Goose signals that goes an MMS, event reporting, that will go up to our gateways and remote clients. Remote clients can be asset management, can be a control center, or an engineering workstation, etc. And that is where we will push that information. Typically, what we see, the station LAN and the blue portion, this has been very common since 2005. There's many utilities and municipalities, industrial plants that have been using Goose, really like the application, but the process bus is not, that popular yet because of the engineering that goes in it and the amount of understanding that you as a protection engineer, communications and network engineer have to make this network fast and reliable and also sort of deterministic. So typically when we back at this picture, we will see that we have the merging units talking to a protective relay, and we can also have merging units published to a number of protective relays. So more than one device can subscribe to a single merging unit and get this analog and digital data so that you can do your various substation functionality that you require from the substation. When we look at this from a multi-protocol point of view, we have the process bus, and here we have to, like I said, we have to have a really fast switch. This we take as a concept of a single bay, but a transmission station can be 40, 50, 60 bays. So all of that traffic transverses through a number of process bus switches. So there's a lot of data that has to go there. Then we've got this station bus that is extended out to the yard to get some digital I/O, etc., statuses that we want to use for SCADA, and even some of the protection functions and automation functions in the relays itself. Now, when we look at that, on top of the station bus, there's quite a few graphical user interfaces that we can use. That could be SCADA, that could be metering systems, etc., that we bring back to a control center or a substation control room. Even part of that could be phaser measurement units that you are bringing back. So there's a lot of graphical user interfaces that will exist in a control house itself. For the process bus, very critical is you need very accurate time synchronization, typically IRIC-B or PTP, Precision Time Protocol, because we need to be under that millisecond accuracy so that we align our vector data when we come to differentials and things like that. All right. On top of that, for the station bus, that will include many protocols, multiple protocols. We'll have engineering access, we will have file transfer protocols for big files, event files, sequence of event files that we want to pull through, and other monitoring functions to make sure that our networks and our system is healthy. And then the process bus, as we said, is controls and statuses, but mainly it's the sampled values that we push through the process bus, because that's the prime purpose of that process bus. Okay, and again, we can have a test unit that can publish there so that we can publish data to the station bus and the process bus. That is how we will typically test. Today we have from Mega, Doble, Omicron, we have all of this functionality that they can publish sampled values. So we can publish that data for a test bay. If you want to do maintenance, you can actually publish that and see that the devices that you have on the relay panel during maintenance are receiving correct data. And that's how you will do some of your maintenance to take it out of the live system. So a couple of application considerations. Tripping times could be delayed up to 10 milliseconds if you take all the processing of the merging units then to the switches in the network going up to the relay. So you take all of those processing times into consideration, and for that relay to finally make a decision to close the trip contact and send the signal out, you could have something like that. So that 10 milliseconds ultimately could delay your tripping time by 1 power cycle, roughly. Time synchronization is really important. Up to the microsecond is required and must be constantly there, very reliable. And then also there's a couple of ways that we can look at redundancy, typical topologies for networks. If you start looking at redundancy for very high-end substations or high-voltage substations or critical plant applications. So if we look at this, we can see here, you have the processing time of a merging unit. That could be probably around 2 milliseconds before it streams the data. You have your transmission through your network itself via how many switches, depending on the size of the substation. If it's bigger, this becomes more complex, the time transmission. And then we have the relay processing by itself and sending the data, all the data back to the end. And this could be in the order of 10 milliseconds to do this round trip data that goes to a circuit breaker for a trip. All right, here we have some examples where we can actually see the conventional relay here on top. We can see the actual when a conventional relay gave the trip signal, etc. And we measure it down here as well, just to be out of the way here. So we can see here's a conventional pickup for the trip relay, and the sampled values relay is slightly delayed to do that same thing because it first had to go through that multiple equipment, switches, process bus, etc., before the processing takes place physically in the relay. And then we can see actually the actual breaker opening itself here between that, and in this case, for this example that we recorded, there was approximately a cycle difference. So you need to take all of these things into account and look at your breaker fail coordination, your system coordination, etc. when you look at this, because it does play a role. You have multiple IEDs now, microprocessor IEDs that has to compute and, sample this data, compute algorithms according to that, and then give an output. Time synchronization, redundancy of time synchronization is very important. So you need a PTP clock or an IRIC-B clock that has a failover capability, so that if a clock goes down, you have another clock that can synchronize the system. You need to look at, in some cases, like we've got a PTP clock that actually looks at GPS as well as the GLONASS system from Russia. So it can switch. If it loses a GPS signal, it already has the GLONASS signal as well, and it can quickly switch. So your technology now has to be becoming smart. We're talking about smart grid. You have to have smart devices in your substation that can quickly make a decision to an alternative solution or an alternative source. And then there's things like the performance of the relays, the merging units, etc. So one of the things that is very clearly described in the 61850 standard is how the transmission should take place across the network, etc. But nowhere in the standard is it prescribed for the actual digital devices that receives the signals, what is the processing speed and things according to that. And if you go start doing tests, you will see from multiple vendors, this is different. So the standard doesn't describe that, and this is where we need to look at some of the performance and test it, because it can be very critical in a transmission station. Redundancy, when we look at that, from process bus to the devices, you need to look at what is the availability of the signals, what is the redundancy method you're going to use, what is the cost associated to it. So if it's a very critical substation, you might have to look at more advanced solutions. If it's not such a critical station, you could live with something that is less expensive, more economical to implement. And then you also need to look at what we look at all of these things and we talk about digital expansion, but now your tools have changed from a multimeter to a computer to verify the signals, because we don't measure like in the old days anymore, a copper cable and 220 volts DC or something like that. We now measure a digital signal that is in an Ethernet packet format. So there's a big transition of knowledge that needs to take place to make maintenance easier, to understand how we're going to do maintenance on these new digital systems, and everything besides just the implementation of it, but the operational and maintenance procedures and schedules, how you do it, that needs to be addressed as well, which sometimes is left, behind the fact. How will you expand? What is the simplicity of expanding your network? Is it easy to add additional bays into that system, configure the substation files and the CID files, etc.? So there's a couple of things. The very basic and simple way of doing it is a star topology, where you just take the merging units to a switch and you populate it to devices, basically one-on-one. And obviously from this point of view with the switch, depending on what type of switch you have, if you have a software-defined switch, you can actually redirect the traffic to multiple devices. Looking at more advanced redundancy is like PRP, Protocol Redundancy Protocol, where you have the merging units and the relays as dual access nodes. So they have dual ports, they publish on dual ports, and you will have something like this where you then have a full redundant system. Okay, but you can now see for a process bus where we have this, and I have 60 bays, I have to double everything, double on ports on every device, X amount of switches, X amount of cables, fiber optic cables. So now you have to balance the cost versus how critical the installation is. And this can be become very expensive. Okay, HSR is another mode of how they do it. This is where we also have dual ports, and we have the devices as dual access nodes, and we circulate the signal via both ports out into the network, and only the devices at the end of the day that wants to consume that will consume the data. All of the other devices in the ring has to consume the data, detect that the data is not for them, and discard that packet again, push it back into the ring. So now publishing with HSR on both sides of the ring continuously means you have to double up on your bandwidth. Or if you have a 100 meg network, it means publishing both sides, you only have half the bandwidth available really, because you consume double, because you're publishing dual way on the HSR ring. So there's many application considerations that you have to look at and understand when you build these networks. It's not just a matter of plug and play. It doesn't work like that, even though that's the concept that many people believe it is. In the engineering world, it's not like that. So looking at this redundancy and this process network, many customers have voiced their opinions about it. So they like the station bus, like I said, the 61850 portion with the digital signals and to the graphical user interfaces and local hosts. We've been using that for almost 20 years now, and people are very comfortable with that. But looking at this process bus, all the switches, the cost associated, many customers have come to ACL and said, is there not an easier way to do that, still have fiber optics running from merging units to the relays in the control yard, but eliminate all this complexity? So we came up with time domain link as an alternative. So this is a proprietary, it's not 61850, etc. And this is where we have a merging unit in the yard, still the relays, point-to-point fibers or point-to-multi-point fibers, but it eliminates quite a few things, and we will look at that. But having this direct link to the relays, we cut out all those switches and all that calculating of there, which means that we can push the data much faster to the relays and not have those processing delays. Okay. Time synchronization now is not needed because the relays are synchronized from the station side with IRIC-B or PTP, and this has got a direct communication to the merging units, which has that time synchronization built in. So that makes it, from that point of installation and commissioning, much easier. And then communications is point-to-point or multi-point, so it looks something like this. So you can see the red portion still exists as the process bus, but now that merging unit just talks to a single or multiple devices, published to multiple devices. So if you have your merging units out in the yard, you can see that they can publish up to 4 different streams, and one of those can be all to the buzz zone, for instance. And the buzz zone will then pick up all of those signals to complete it from the various merging units itself. The station bus portion on the top, this portion still stays traditional, still stays the same as what it would have been in a 61850 solution. So just makes the bottom portion, the process bus, now a little bit easier, but you have to also accept that's a proprietary solution from us as an alternative. So that's another way of doing it. All right. Something that we've seen as well with this, because we have less devices processing, is that we can issue the trip signal quite a bit faster. And so now the delays are down to about a half a cycle. So if you have very fast breakers, if you've done retrofits and you have fast breakers, then 10 milliseconds becomes, a good saving, including with the breaker time. If you have very slow breakers, like 100 milliseconds old breakers still, then a cycle delay or a half a cycle delay doesn't make such a big impact. But it makes a big impact if you've got these new fast breakers. All right. Time synchronization, there's literally very little data that is getting to very little delay. So basically there's almost no variation in the time delay because we talk directly from the merging unit to the relay. So it's literally something like 1.5 milliseconds delay because there's no other processing in between. Okay. And then communication architectures, like we said, could be point to multi-point. So you can have, the merging unit talking to a specific IED, but those same merging units send data to a device that needs all of the data from the various merging units. So it makes it just a little bit easier to install and to commission. You don't need to have all those MAC addresses and all of the things that you need to do in a switch and VLANs and so forth. So it's very simplicity. There's very little network engineering on the process bus. It's almost point-to-point, like we say. There's no external source that you have to apply to it from a time point of view. Minimal training because it's direct connections. It's easy to set up in the factory acceptance test and test it and roll it out into commissioning stage. And because you don't have all these switches, inherently you are more cyber secure because there's nobody that can come and plug into an empty port and try and decipher or hack into the system. All right. The last method that SCL has been doing for many years, probably the last 15 years or so, we have a lot of installations around the world, Vietnam, Brazil, Mexico, USA, even in South Africa. So this is putting the relays in the yard. So a lot of manufacturers, a lot of utilities have opted for this way where they put the IED straight in a cabinet next to the actual equipment and they just push the data back to a control room, which is now smaller because there's not all the relay panels. So you just have your HMI and your control center in the control house. So the footprint is much smaller as well. And the wiring of your breakers, your current transformers, etc., is now directly from the marshalling kiosk into this relay panel sitting next to the marshalling kiosk itself. Obviously, to do this, you need devices with high operating temperatures, and this is where the SEL equipment is -40 to +85 military spec, and it is very suitable to be placed in a box like that next to the equipment in the yard, no air conditioning, etc., and it operates fine. We've, like I said, we've got since 2007, especially in Vietnam, which is huge humidity, high temperatures and varying temperatures, working for the last, 16 years and so forth. So this is basically what we're looking at. So the device now sits in the yard itself, and then just transmits all the data back to the station bus, and then you still have all of the other stuff as per standard, your local host, your control center, and so forth. So that's the free topologies that you can use for digital systems in a substation itself. Very little time delay for trips, because now your processing sits right at the equipment in the yard, so it gets the signal, processor, trips the device. There's no additional delays for any faults. Timestamp is not required for the process bus portion of it, because it's right there, and you just send via the station bus, you just synchronize all the events and DFR, digital fault records. And then the communication network for the station bus is basically similar to a conventional system, because everything just ties into the relay right in the relay yard itself. Okay, that was just a couple of concepts. Obviously, if you go into that, there's a lot more detail around each of those solutions, but it was just to give you an idea of what is available and to sort of whet your appetite. Thank you very much. Any questions? All right, thank you very much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Mr. Dune, on this insightful seminar. We have the last winner for today, Saif Al-Ali. Please receive your award at the registration area. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you so much for attending these sessions for the second day of the main seminars. We hope to see you all again tomorrow on the final day of Wetex 2023. Have a nice evening, everyone. Thank you.